And then I will go forward with the roll call in just a moment.
How do I get myself on there?
Can everyone, just a reminder, can everyone please mute?
That's on mute. It's good right there.
There you go. Okay. Okay. Okay, I'm continuing with roll call now. Just a reminder, we are recording this meeting. If you are on a phone call or using a phone, please use *6 to mute and *6 to unmute. And we ask you throughout the entire call that you remain muted. A beginning roll call, Commissioner Dr. Ana Guzman. Vice Chairwoman Commissioner Jessica Weaver.
Present.
Commissioner Charles Clack.
Here.
Commissioner Joanne Kaplan.
Here.
Commissioner Olga Kaufman.
Present.
Commissioner Ignacio Perez. Please unmute.
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Ruth Rodriguez.
Present.
Doug Ponick, Board of Commissioners Attorney.
I'm here.
And CEO and President David Nisawacha.
Present.
Dr. Guzman, you may call the meeting to order.
I think Dr. Guzman, you're on mute. If you're reading, I can't see it.
Yeah, I've just sent her a message, David, to unmute.
Okay.
The Board of Commissioners or its committee may hold a closed meeting pursuant to Texas Government Code 551-071-076 for consultation concerning attorney-client matters, real estate, litigation, personnel, and security matters. The board or committee reserves the right to enter into closed meeting at any time during the
Let's see it. Maybe before you leave, you show me how to take it.
Currently, we have 69 people who have signed up for public comment. That means that if we continue to give 3 minutes to each of the 69, we will not be able to get to our agenda within 3.5 hours. But we believe that public comment is very important. We want to listen to the community, and we believe that we are here to represent the community. And we want the community to understand that. And so unless something that you have to say is just, we're going to go ahead and curtail the public comment to 1.5 minutes per person. If we would appreciate it, and it would be better for all of you, so that we have time to discuss and be able to make good judgments. If some of you would just agree with the other, if you are going to be speaking to the same issue. I want you to know that all of us take this responsibility very seriously. I asked David and Tim on Wednesday, Tuesday, to take me to the different areas where we have housing projects and housing. And I was able to see East Meadows. I was able to see quite a few. I saw 5 of the places where our residents live. And I saw Alassane Apache. And I wanted to see it so that I could share with the community why we will be making the decisions that we will be. I think it's important for all of us who are developing housing to believe that you want your residents to live in a place where it's safe for their children, where their children can play, and where the children will feel proud of where they are. And Alassane Apache has had its day. It is over 40 years old. The living room where I was in was probably 9 feet by 9 feet, with a washer and dryer connections in the living room and a hallway for the kitchen. And then the stairs were very steep going upstairs. I could not go up there. They were too steep and too many. And so we want the community to know that we are going to keep the administration building, which is with its beautiful front, and use that. And then I am going to suggest to the board today that we keep one whole building of the Alassane Apache and work with the community to make that a museum, so that we may never forget the first housing development of San Antonio, that we value all of the leadership that has grown out of Alassane Apache, and we value the community that lives there. But we believe that it is impossible in the way that it was built for us to renovate anyway to make it worthy of our community. We want our community to be comfortable in their housing, to have air conditioning that is central, to have heating that is central. We want our children to have playgrounds. We want our children to have pools like I saw many other, and there are none of those things at Alassane Apache. I understand how important those memories are to the community, and I respect Esperanza Center and I respect the community. But I will tell you that just as when I was in education, I wanted the education that I gave my students and we gave our students at the college to be as good as I would want for my children. And so I think that that is where all of us are coming from. We're coming from a very personal point of wanting to give our community an environment for their children where they will thrive and succeed. And so I ask all of you to think about what you want for your children and to listen to what we have to say and to know that we will not build anything without your input, but it will be beautiful and it will be something that the West Side can be very proud of. And we will keep the museum so that we can remember what was built in the 1940s, but we don't have to live in what was built in the 1940s. We can build something more beautiful for our community. And so thank you for allowing me to let you know where I and many of the board feel and believe. And all of you now are welcome to do the public comment. The citizens will be provided 3 minutes each to speak to any agenda items. Citizens wishing to speak to items posted on the agenda should access phone number 346-248-7799 and enter meeting ID 938394343337# and passcode 654170#, prior to 1 o'clock. Now is the time for public comments. The board asks the public to address concerns related to SAHA matters and policy and not include statements that may be considered defamatory of any individual. The board encourages members of the public to direct specific concerns or problems to SAHA staff for more prompt resolution. Thank you for your attention and welcome to the meeting.
And Madam Chair, maybe two points, maybe. One is, I think we have the interpreter who probably needs to make a statement. Number two, to clarify, you're providing 90 seconds per speaker, correct? Not 3 minutes?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I just want to correct that. So do we have Vicky on the call?
Yes, I am, and I'll be glad to even give a summary of what the commissioner said. Buenas tardes, se está empezando esta reunión del Consejo de San Antonio Housing Authority, la Autoridad de Vivienda de San Antonio. Les damos la bienvenida a todos. Va a haber una sesión donde las personas que quieran platicar con el Consejo pueden hacerlo. Sin embargo, cuando se inició la sesión eran 69 personas que querían participar, entonces están pidiendo que por favor resuman su comentario a 1 minuto y medio, es decir, 90 segundos. La señora consejera comentó que ella le pidió al director y a otras personas que la llevaran a visitar a varias de las áreas de vivienda que tiene SAHA, y ella fue, creo que 4 o 5 de ellas, incluyendo a la San Apache, y que quiere avisarles que es bastante difícil el poder renovar estos edificios porque tienen mucho más de 40 años. Entonces, que ella hoy le va a sugerir a este consejo que uno de los edificios se mantenga para que se haga un museo y que así podamos recordar cómo fue el primer lugar de vivienda. Al mismo tiempo, ella quiere que todos ustedes sepan que el Consejo de San Antonio, de la Autoridad de Vivienda de San Antonio y todo SAHA aprecian mucho lo que significa toda la cultura y todo lo hermoso de esa área de San Antonio. Entonces, por favor, si tiene algún comentario en español, yo lo voy a interpretar con mucho gusto. Nos vamos a ir oración por oración, pero le vamos a dar 90 segundos, 1 minuto y medio. Gracias. Thank you.
Thank you, Vicky.
Okay, I will begin with the list of names for agenda item number 2. Deborah P. Hernandez. Deborah P. Hernandez, please unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello, my name is Deborah P. Hernandez, and I am starting this out. I was hoping somebody else would, but that's okay. The reason that I'm speaking today is because of the destruction of the units that are going down. I personally am concerned about people that I represent who are of immigrant descent. Currently, right now, I'm facing problems with people. I got called on Monday, and a woman got evicted from a location and she could not replace the rent amount, so she can't find a place to stay. The best she could do was find one room in someone's home. Her children were going to be removed later that day on Monday by CPS because she could not provide another room for her children. She's got 5. There was an issue with her husband committing a crime against the children. And that's why this whole situation happened unbeknownst to her. And so now on Monday, and we can't get a hold of her now. We were hoping that the a shelter would take her or somebody would. But we don't know what's happened to her yet. But still, when you knock down these types of places and you can't replace the same type of rent level because you've made all these wonderful improvements in the same location, and you make these people have to go someplace else in desperation, like my member had to go to this 1-bedroom. Children are taken away and things of that nature. I know that your group has to make these really
I think, Madam Chair, what happened is that timed out and then the microphone went off.
Yes,
So shall we go on to the next one?
Yeah, I think a general reminder for people that, there's 90 seconds and we know that's awfully brief, but just to kind of keep their comments, and if they're looking at their screen, I think they can see the clock running. So, it'd be our choice that they don't get cut off in mid-sentence, that they have an opportunity to wrap up. So.
Right.
Les queremos recordar que sus comentarios son de 1 minuto con 30 segundos, 90 segundos, por lo que ustedes pueden ver ahí el reloj que empieza en el 1:30 y va a bajar. Discúlpenos, pero con la cantidad de personas se va a tener que cortar después de 1 minuto y medio. Gracias.
the next person is Cassandra Apolinar. Cassandra Apolinar, please unmute. You will have 90 seconds.
And while we're waiting, Madam Chair, I think there's also staff that's been able to put a buzzer in there for people to give them a warning as well.
That would be better. Cassandra?
Okay, I'm going to the next one. Benjamin? Benjamin, please unmute.
Yes, I'm here. My name is Benjamin Virgil, and I'm here as a resident of San Antonio. This public comment is in response to David's claim that the number of failing public housing inspection scores is incorrect. It's nothing short of ironic that the leadership of the CEO is not reflective as he is leaving following the same pattern of distrust and lack of awareness many tenants have charged SAHA and its leadership with. CEO, you are incorrect. The numbers are true. They come exactly from a downloadable link from Department of Housing and Affordable Development. SAHA's properties show an upward trend from 2016 of an increase from 1 in 2016 to 5 in 2018 to 13 for 2019 and 13 for the year 2020. 2017 data was unavailable. This data comes directly from the HUD website. CEO Nishimoto stated that his average score of properties at the last public board meeting was in the upper 80s. This is also not true. The average score for SAHA properties is 72, and 2019 it was 70, and 2018 it was 83. I asked the board to please consider people over profit. I see today that there is no chat, and you want to shorten the time to quell discontent. You want those who will say the same thing to wrap it all together. But we say there is strength in numbers. You say you are public servants. So did you expect to work in a vacuum, to do it without criticism, especially when, according to HUD and residents, you are doing this bad? We want to work with the board that is dedicated to putting the tenants first. But this is an abysmal performance by the board. I understand that the CEO is leaving now, but we require a better CEO this time around. We require more accountability from this board, one unafraid of criticism.
Thank you.
Next person on the list is Sophia Lopez.
Hi, I haven't spoken with some of you in quite some time. I think as many of you know, I left the board because of my family, but I also joined the board because of my family. I've told many of you that my mom would have been homeless if it were not for public housing when she was a small child, her and her single mother and 4 siblings. I was so excited to fight for public housing when I joined the SAHA board, but I don't think that that's what I got. David, when I read your piece in the Rivard Report yesterday, I don't think it could have been any more clear how you feel. You talk about public housing as a broken model. To me, these are Republican talking points that ignore the real estate industry's role in lobbying against public housing from the beginning in favor of the kinds of projects you're voting on today. And I will say, I know not everybody at SAHA feels this way, and I appreciate everybody who is fighting to maintain public housing as the crucial resource that it is. Public housing took care of my mom in a way NRP's profit-driven model never would, and I wouldn't trust them to with anybody else's family. This is the last big public housing development, and when it's gone forever. If you've been on the board as long as I have, you know it's immoral to tell tenants that vouchers will make it easy for them to find a yard or the apartment of their dream. It's wrong to say that their options are the rundown public housing they have today or an NRP project that has the least possible affordability requirements of all of the subsidy projects. David, you're leaving. Cha, you may have your eye on DC. I suspect DC has its eyes on you. You won't be here, and it'll fall on this community to pick up the pieces. The election isn't even decided, and the outcome is the difference between possibly more public housing and something worse. This isn't a prestige project to run through. 500 families are depending on you.
Thank you, Sophia.
The next person is Veronica Campion. Please unmute. You have 90 seconds. Veronica Campion.
I'm here. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Please proceed.
Yes. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I am a current resident of Alazan, and I just wish to comment stating that I am excited about hearing that about a new the new project that would be coming about the demolition of the Alazan. As I am aware of the surrounding community, or I guess the neighbors, that don't agree with it. But to all accounts, I am a resident here, so I do, as you were expressing about no air conditioning, and it gets very hot here in the summers. And I'm just basically want to say that is something that I'm excited about and look forward to. Not only what I will receive as being a resident, but as myself being a resident, as what I can add to this community, being and communing with other of my neighbors as well. And that's all I would like to say.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you. The next person is Mia Losef. Please unmute. You will have 90 seconds.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'll be brief as y'all have cut down the minutes available. It's really hard to hear you guys say that you take this seriously and you really want to listen to community voice when you do things like this and limit the access that residents and tenants have to talking to y'all and the public overall. I will say Alazan is in the condition that it is because SAHA and because leadership have made a deliberate series of decisions to neglect it. The living conditions are bad, we know this, but instead of taking ownership, confronting the issues, and listening to tenant needs, y'all and SAHA have chosen to make a series of decisions that ignores community and erases them. The decision to demolish Alazan is exactly how history and community gets wiped out. The legacy of this community is in the hands of the board, and y'all are refusing to include tenants in the decision. We expect more from SAHA, people over profit.
Okay, thank you. The next person is Terry Castillo. Please unmute. You will have 90 seconds.
Hi, I'm Terry Castillo, a proud member of the Historic Westside Residents Association, an association where our neighbors, renters, homeowners, and legacy businesses take care of each other. Morally, we ask that you oppose agenda item number 12 as demolishing San Antonio's most affordable housing stock and home to more than 1,200 of our neighbors, our neighborhood children, without a plan for securing housing and supporting residents, places our neighbors at risk of displacement or potential homelessness, exacerbating San Antonio's housing crisis. It is immoral to lead Alazan residents to believe that all new units constructed in place of the courts will be affordable and accessible to them. To examine the Alazan legacy units per AMI breakdown and continue to believe that the construction of these 80 units through a public-private partnership is going to supply enough housing is lack of it's just ignorance or willful ignorance. To continue to gaslight community and manipulating rhetoric to suggest that market rate units or even units at 50% AMI, which is $33,000 a year or above, are affordable to Alazan families who earn $8,796 a year is unethical. And that's a number given by Lorraine Robles at the last meeting. Yes, Alazan residents deserve safe, sustainable, and permanently affordable housing. and the City of San Antonio and SAHA have an opportunity to lead by retrofitting and decarbonizing the Alazans while maintaining units as public housing, using public money for public good rather than for profit margins. We expect more from SAHA, people over profit.
Okay, thank you. The next person on the list is Thomas Dean. Please unmute. You will have 90 seconds. Thomas Dean. Okay, the next person on the list is Betty Stonewall. Please unmute. Betty Stonewall. You will have 90 seconds.
Go on.
Okay. The next one is Janet Garcia. Please unmute. Janet Garcia. You will have 90 seconds.
Hello, my name is Janet Garcia and I'm an Alazan resident. I currently live in I live in South San Marcos, right there by the creek. And I'm here today in support of the agenda number 12 of the demolishing of the Alazans. There's a lot of reasons, and you've heard me before of the many reasons why I support this. By the time, if this doesn't happen, when the courts start to fall and get the concrete to fall on our heads, by then it's going to be too late. And then we're not going to have any opportunity by San Antonio Housing Authority to provide us vouchers, assistance with moving expenses, and so on and so forth. And so regardless, this needs to happen. This development needs to happen because it's very needed. And regardless of what we choose today, residents are going to have to relocate. And the living conditions, as we all know, are not of quality, and it needs to change, and it needs to change today. And so I know that most of the residents that I spoke with here in Alazans are for it and want to see this change, and it's very much needed. You know, it's time to start making new beginnings and continue to grow as a community, as in San Antonio, and you know, want better for the future of our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person on the list is Pastor Jamie. Pastor Jamie, please unmute. You will have 90 seconds.
Go on.
Okay, the next person is Jessica Campos. Please unmute. Jessica Campos, you will have 90 seconds.
Go on.
Okay, the next person is Juani Torres.
Hey y'all, can you hear me?
Yes, are you Juani?
Yep.
Okay,
Hey,
great.
great. So my minute starts now. Great. My name is Juani Torres and I oppose item 12 and encourage the board to vote no on the demolition request. Cha, I believe we need to invest in people and not displace them. I believe you believe that too. The options presented today come down to morality and whether or not we value people over profit. There is not enough funding to support over 500 households or 1,200 residents who will be at risk of displacement. It is the responsibility of this board, including President and CEO David, and I can't see your last name, but I can see you, to do better. We must learn from our history and our past mistakes. There are horror stories of people who left Wheatley courts becoming homeless. We cannot do that again. And not only is this incredibly difficult to find new housing, but it increases stress and trauma, especially during this pandemic. This is immoral, and it goes against our values as a city of community and compassion. We need more, not less public housing. The Alazan Courts provide some of the only permanently affordable housing in this city. And at a time when we most desperately need it, if we privatize it now, it's going to be gone forever. Es importante recordar que la gente de San Antonio tiene que ser nuestra prioridad. Tenemos que invertir en gente, en nuestras familias, en nuestra comunidad, y no en propiedades que los va a sacar de tener hábito. Gracias.
Thank you.
Okay, the next person on the list is Cruz F. Tavira. Please unmute. You will have 90 seconds.
Ok, voy a hablar en español, no sé cómo va a funcionar con la traducción, si hago mi primer minuto y medio en español y después ustedes lo traducen o cómo.
Habla en español.
Ok, 2 días anteriores tuve una llamada de una amiga que me pedía que tenía que hablar en esta junta. Yo le comenté a ella que yo no quería hablar porque yo no creo que SAHA escucha a la comunidad. Yo no soy un residente de los Alazan Courts, pero vivo a 2 cuadras del complejo. Y no entiendo por qué SAHA no escucha a la comunidad.
Espéreme un momento. Si usted quiere que yo lo interprete, necesitamos irnos oración por oración.
Bueno,
Entonces,
yo voy a intentar, nomás tengo 1 minuto y medio, no puedo hablar. Porque si vamos oración por oración, me va a acabar mi minuto y medio. Ajá, entonces voy a tener que hablarlo yo en español.
It's
Yo no
fine
entiendo.
just to speak and you don't have to translate. Just let him
Ok.
speak.
Yo no sé por qué SAHA no consulta a la comunidad. Nunca me han preguntado a la comunidad qué impacto va a tener esta demolición, qué impacto va a tener este proyecto en la comunidad. Aparte de los desplazamientos de las personas de Alazan Courts, va a haber desplazados en la comunidad también, gente que tenga que vender sus propiedades por el alto costo, gente que ya está ahorita llamando a la gente para comprar sus propiedades a bajos precios. ¿Por qué? Porque no las pueden mantener. Independientemente de la demolición del proyecto, no hay un proyecto a futuro. No podemos hablar de una demolición cuando no hay un proyecto establecido a futuro. Ajá, un proyecto de habitacional a futuro no hay. Estamos hablando de una demolición que no tiene un proyecto a futuro. Yo estoy en contra de este proyecto de demolición hasta que no haya una consulta a la comunidad y que no haya un proyecto establecido para toda la comunidad.
Gracias.
the summary,
Madam
the
Chair?
summary,
Hello?
the summary of that Spanish was that this gentleman is against this project because he believes that there is not a set project already, so he does not agree with demolition unless there is something already set as a project and there is some community involvement participating on it. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Madam Chair, this is Doug. For those who speak in Spanish, an equal amount of time will be allowed for the translator, so they're not going to lose time. And it may be easier for the speaker if we can alternate, and then have the interpreter interpret each sentence or a couple of sentences as the speaker speaks.
But Douglas, it's really hard for some people. I think that Vicky's synthesis of it
Okay.
was a good job.
Okay.
Okay.
Hello, excuse me. They called me Jessica Campos and I was not able to get connected. I don't know why.
Okay, Jessica, go ahead. You have 9.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. I feel like I'm for the Alazan reconstruction, but I feel there's a big misconception about where the people are going to be placed once the demolishing begins, and that I want that to be more clear to the public and to the SAHA website, accessible to where the people are actually going to go. I know I'm understanding that people are saying there's not a lot of funding and things like of this nature, but I feel like it needs to be more clear to the people that they're supposed to be having options, is what I'm hearing. They're going to either have Section 8 vouchers, or they're going to be placed in different properties and different situations where they're supposed to be taken well care of, not just thrown onto the streets. But I'm not very sure of that because people are stating that things have happened in the past. I'm for the Alazan reconstruction personally. I'm personally living in Mission Park Apartments. I was president of the resident council a year or so ago. So I'm for the community, and I'm definitely not, for the people to be put on the streets. And I believe that once upon a time And even now present, there's a lot of people making a living in Alazan and turning their futures around and making their futures more brighter for themselves and their children. And I'm just wanting everybody to, you know, believe and hope that everything's going to go well for Alazan community to become a more stronger community, and it can be great once again. And as far as Mission Park Apartments, where I live, has mold in the apartment complex that I live in, and I know that I'm pushing it there, you know, but this is a historical land, Mission Park, where I live. So there's a whole nother can of worms, but I just want better for the community. Thank you.
Douglas, I have a question for you.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm just wondering, Douglas and David, if it would be okay for Lorraine to make the presentation on what our plans are for the Alazan Apache, when we move them, how to move them, that we'll have different places for them to go. I think that, I don't think that we have done a good job in communicating early enough what our plans are to take care of the community that is going to be displaced. And I'm just wondering if it would be okay for the community first to listen to our plans, because they're asking for things that we've already planned, but we didn't do a good job in letting the community know what our plans were until now. And I understand it's their house, it's their life, and they're worried. And so could you guide us, Doug, on what options we have?
Yeah, right. So the law regarding public comment is that the people are to be heard from before or during the consideration of an item. So if you wish to bring up the Alazan item at this time to hear the presentation or have it presented, but before the board acts on it, then have the citizens have an opportunity to speak their 90 seconds during that portion of item 12, then you could do that. And that may help you know, inform folks about what the specifics are of SAHA's plan. So you could theoretically do that if you want to do that. You could bring item 12 up now, have the presentation of staff, have even some discussion perhaps by the board, but then also allow for the citizens to be heard before you vote. That would be permissible.
Okay. Commissioners, do I hear any objections from you in changing it that way so that we can better communicate to the people who want to talk about Alazan Apache, what our plans are, so that they're not as worried as I'm hearing them are?
Madam Chair, are we still going to vote on that item today?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I don't think it's fair to give the community a quick presentation and then not give them the chance to digest it all and then have a chance to comment. I would think it'd be unfair. I think we need to listen to all of them first.
Okay.
Well, is the suggestion that we weren't going to go back and let them comment? I guess.
Right.
Yeah.
I would think that if you want to hear the full item 12, have the full presentation, all the discussion, and then hear from citizens during that item, you could do that. In other words, it's like having we would have this whole process unfold at item 12. But you can do item 12 now. You can move it to the front of the agenda, have the full staff presentation and discussion, and then hear from citizens based on that presentation.
Okay. Okay.
So we're not saying that they don't still have a chance to speak. They'll still have a chance to speak.
Absolutely. No,
Yes, ma'am.
absolutely. But we need to have them speak. But right now it feels like they're speaking without the knowledge of what our plans are, because we have not done a good job of communicating.
It's not just a plan. We need guarantee that we'll have somewhere to go. May we speak to people? That's why you're here.
That's right. Madam Chair, I think that participant was put on mute because it's not within the realm of citizens to be heard within your conversation right now. I'll defer to Doug and yourself how you want to handle that. Staff stands ready to do the presentation. You know, it's a continuance of the presentation that we made previous to the board. Then we've also, it's a continuance of a presentation we made at community meetings as well with more information. So I don't want to give the impression that this is the first time that staff has talked about this in the public forum we have, but I think this provides more detail and more direction to answer some of the questions and concerns that you're hearing from the residents under citizens to be heard. So if the board in general wants us to move item 12 up to a presentation right now, myself, Tim, and Lorraine and Brandy stand ready to do that.
Okay, so we're going to move on to item 12.
Madam Chair, this is Olga Kaufman.
Yes, ma'am.
Unlike the board members and the SAHA staff, the citizens to be heard are people that have jobs and have taken time off from their job to come speak, or they have kids to pick up from school at 3. They don't have the luxury of staying for 5 hours like we do. And I don't think it's fair to change the agenda at the last minute like that before listening to what they have to say. They know what they want to say already.
But the problem is that what they're saying is uninformed. We have,
if they're uninformed, it's because they haven't been informed.
There is no doubt.
Well, then we don't add insult to injury by taking the time that they've allocated for this away from them.
I think
a lot of them will have to leave.
I think a good compromise, I think Commissioner Kaufman, I think that's fair. Just people were expecting to speak at a certain time. A good compromise could be to stay with the time so that people, in case it impacts them, but could we offer, if somebody wants to wait till after 12, they can, if their name was called after item number 12, if their name is called, they can say, I'm going to wait till item number 12 is discussed, and give people option. If they need to speak now, they need to give them that option. Could we do both? I don't think that would be hard to do that. How's that, Commissioner Kaufman?
I think that sounds good.
I think that's up to the people that are waiting. You know.
Right. So we just keep going, we keep going down the line, and if they want to speak now, they speak now. And if they'd like to wait till after item number 12, they can say, I'm going to wait till item number 12 when we come back to them.
Yes, that's fine.
I think that sounds like a good compromise.
And and what I want the community to understand is that in item 12, we will talk about the housing that we will provide for those who live at Alazan Apache, the money that we have allocated to help them move, and when we are ready to come back, we are looking at investing more in Alazan Apache to increase the number of the 30% AMI so that we have a greater number. Our commitment is to have the greatest number of the low income housing available to us. We have monies in reserves and we plan to spend them to invest in the community. And so go ahead and keep calling the roll call.
Okay, the next person was Leticia Sanchez. Leticia Sanchez.
Yes, I'm here.
Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Leticia Sanchez, and I'm the co-chairperson of the Historic Westside Resident Association, which is comprised of renters, homeowners, and Alazan residents. I'm here today not to ask or demand, but to beg you to vote against demolishing the Alazan courts and choosing instead to rehab and renovate them. There are many reasons that the Alazan courts should not be demolished, but the most important reason is our residents who will be displaced. Certainly, our Alazan residents deserve better quality housing, but not at the expense of losing their homes. Others have come before you in previous meetings stating that our association does not represent Alazan residents or our community, but I like to ask these individuals, how many of you, like our association members, have taken time to walk the Alazan door to door, to meet the people, to listen to their needs, to accompany them to SAHA hearings or eviction court, to help them find resources to pay for utilities, and to help them get their public housing reinstated? We have. You may think that the majority of Alazan residents want the Alazan buildings demolished because SAHA staff has told you that. But the truth is that the majority of residents that we know are afraid to speak up or against SAHA because they're afraid of losing their housing. Public housing is their only option. And if they lose their place at the Alazan, they are homeless. Residents who support the demolition have been misinformed by SAHA staff about what will happen when they are required to move. The reality is that there is not sufficient public housing in San Antonio to accommodate all of the residents who will be displaced. How many of you have spoken to the residents who were displaced from the Wheatley Courts or San Juan homes? We have. Many of them are still struggling. This will be the experience of our Alazan residents because of the shortage of public housing. Demolishing the Alazan courts will reduce the available inventory of public housing, which is something that San Antonio cannot afford to do. I beg that you think of the people whose lives you will be impacting by demolishing the 500 plus public housing units at the Alazan courts. Thank you.
Right, just a reminder, Madam Chair, there is a time limit. We don't want to cut anybody off, but just I want to remind everybody that there's a time limit.
But we need to.
Right.
What was that, Madam Chair?
Well, we either have a time limit or we don't have a time limit. And if we have a time limit, we need to enforce it.
Okay, I will do so. Next person on the list is James Hamilton. James Hamilton, please unmute. You have 90 seconds. Okay, the next one is Isis Adi Serrano. Isis Adi Serrano.
Hello, can you hear me, ma'am?
Yes, we can hear you. You have 90 seconds.
Yes, ma'am. I will now begin. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Isis Adi Serrano, and I'm currently a junior majoring in politics and law at UTSA. When I first heard about the oppression happening in Alazan, I was and still am heartbroken. How can I have never heard about this beautiful community? I had the opportunity to visit and reach out to the community, and these people are the most heartwarming and welcoming people I've ever met. Not only did I feel welcome, but the beauty and the unique in the area was breathtaking. I, a 19-year-old, would love to walk around and spend time with this community if only I knew about it. I know that if more students and more people saw how beautiful and unique this area is, more people would come and visit. However, it is left in the cold, hidden, and used as an agenda for profit. The nostalgic atmosphere and the art of the area is unbelievable. It speaks volumes about the history and the culture of this town, and for it to be simply torn down and robbed away from its community is simply immoral. I remember walking around mesmerized and feeling like right at home. Bringing the retro moods my generation seek to find, I truly believe we need to preserve this area not only for now, but for the future to come. This community deserves to keep its history and in beauty. This community deserves its respect.
Thank you. Next person on the list is Monica Cruz. Monica Cruz, please unmute.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, you have 90 seconds.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, I think it's important to underscore that there's one thing that unites us all, and that is that we want the residents of Alazan to live in decent and safe housing. We're united when we agree that the living conditions needs to be improved, and we're united that we care deeply for the children, women, and men who live there because we want them to have stable housing where they can thrive. We're united in this. But we are also aware that our city is in dire need of affordable housing at 50% below AMI. SAHA's own estimates of a waiting list with over 40,000 people is a testament to that. So where will the residents go? It's my understanding that the housing would not allow for 100% occupancy of Alazan residents. What will we say to them? Will you say, we're really building nice apartments, but you may or may not get to come back. We may not have space for you because other people will move in here who can pay more than you can. Is that the plan for communication for Alazan residents? Because that's the truth. Will we be truthful to them? Will we be truthful to let them know that very few places in San Antonio accept housing vouchers? Where will they go? Madam Chair, members of the board, we trust that you want the best for residents. We're all united. I'm asking you to postpone this decision. Commissioner Chai, you said that obviously we're not informed. People are not informed. my request is for you to delay this vote until more information is provided to the community. Thank you.
Okay, the next person is Maureen Galindo. Maureen Galindo. Please
Y'all
unmute.
can hear, yeah, y'all can hear me.
Yes, you have 90 seconds.
Great. My name's Maureen Galindo. I'm a single mom of 3, community psychologist and housing justice organizer. I do this work because I've been displaced twice as a mother, the first time spending 3 months homeless. And I'll tell you, Dr. Guzman, when I finally did find a home, I did not care how big it was, how steep the stairs were, or that there wasn't a washer and dryer. I was praising God that I finally had a roof over my kids' head that I could provide for them. I find it real demeaning for the chair of our public housing authority to say that community is uninformed and not the experts of the reality that we live and experience. I too have met somebody who worked at the school across from Wheatley Courts and broke down telling me what happened as she watched her community break down, the kids that she served at that school. I had a friend who got displaced from Victoria Courts in 2000, and she laughed. Of course, they never called me back. They said they were going to give us an apartment. I never got that call. Her and her 2 little boys at the time. She was a single mom. Victoria Plaza just had whole 9 stories displaced a couple years ago, and we don't know where they ended up or how they're going to get back in there. We've never received any of the information for this except what SAHA wants us to hear. I'm not sure why, Dr. Guzman, you think kids will magically find a safe home upon your mass displacement of their homes right now. I live in Refugio Place Apartments now, a mixed income, affordable apartment, and I'll tell you what, it's not affordable.
Okay, the next person on the list is Ramiro Gonzalez.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, sir. You have 90 seconds.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Ramiro Gonzalez. I'm the CEO of the Westside Development Corporation. Our mission is to foster inclusive economic growth on the west side of San Antonio while preserving its character, its culture, and its history. Today, I speak in favor of SAHA's plan for the Alazan Apache courts. And although there have been times in the past, SAHA is taking great pains to learn from those lessons and do it the right way to ensure that our residents are taken care of. And if this was a project that meant that residents were going to be pushed out of the community, then we would absolutely be passionately opposed to it. The other side of this is really also that rather than investing in the renovation of a project that is prohibitively costly, those dollars could otherwise be used to produce additional affordable housing. So we applaud this project in its creativity and innovation of how we can make sure that projects that are developed are not just of good quality and dignified the day they're built, but that they continue to be 30 years, 40 years down the road so that they do not become, and we are not where we are right now with Alazan. So the Westside Development Corporation is proud to give its support to this project as proposed. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person on the list is Graciela Sanchez.
Okay, my name is Graciela Sanchez, and I was born and raised in the West Side and went to public schools here, and I currently live on Monterrey Street, half a mile away. Today's decision for disposition and demolition of the Alazan courts will be devastating to the residents of the Alazan courts. 1,200 individuals living in 500 plus units will have to find a new home without the security and serious support from SAHA. Where's the plan for the relocation of these 1,200 individuals? Where's the plan that shows us how many new apartments will be in public housing units? If you have one, you haven't shared it with us, and both the board and the community are having to respond to no information, and you're going to make a decision without that information. That is not public communication and public access to this information. San Antonio likes housing for people who make less than $20,000, $15,000, or $10,000 a year, but SAHA continues to develop housing for people who make over $50,000. Of the legacy at Alazan and Tampico lofts, only 49 units are designated for people making 30% of the area median income, which is only 17% of the total housing that is being built for Nuestra Gente. We eagerly await the transition for this new president and new Congress that is concerned and sympathetic and engaged with protecting public housing and developing new programs. So why don't you just wait until you get that money? Don't displace. Stop the demolition, stop the disposition, stop privatization of public housing, stop the sweetheart deals to developer NRP, protect the Alazan residents.
Okay, the next person on the list is Leticia Velez. Leticia Velez, please unmute.
I think it's Leticia Vela.
Okay, my apologies.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, you have 90
Okay, I have an article, historic article that I wrote, and that's what's on your screen right now. But the reason I'm calling in is because I am a current resident of an NRP property. I have lived at this property for 5 years. I moved in when it was brand new. It's a 4-story building similar to what you're proposing for the Alazan lofts. I'm not a SAHA client, but I do benefit from the low income housing tax credits. My income has not gone up in the 5 years I've lived here, but every year my rent has gone up. We have numerous problems with management at this NRP property, sewer, drainage, AC and heating issues, fire alarm issues, door security issues, trash area issues. The pool water is green, it's not maintained. We lost there was one elevator for the 4-story building. We lost it when the resident got stuck in the elevator and the fire department had to break the doors open. We were without an elevator for 6 to 8 weeks. We spent that time carrying our groceries up 4 flights of stairs and carrying our trash down 4 flights of stairs. Our pets, all of that we had to deal with.
Okay, the next person on the list is Deborah, only listed as Deborah. Please unmute.
I was able to speak earlier today. May I speak again? I was cut off.
Madam Chair, each speaker gets one opportunity to speak. If her time was cut off prematurely, then we should just give her her remainder time. How much time was left on your time, ma'am?
I really don't know because I was at the beginning and you guys didn't have the timers up at the moment.
Yeah, I don't see her on the list as being called. We may have missed her.
Okay.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you. My goal here today is to let you know the after effect if you are not able to find places for all of the people that will be displaced after this situation. I specifically wanted you people who are voting to understand that if you don't find a place for all of the people that you are displacing, there's way more things that they're going to be affected by. And I will tell you, CPS was going to take this woman's children away on Monday. They give them a deadline. They have to have separate rooms for the children. They have to have beds. And so how is a woman with 5 children and no job because of COVID going to find another place to live? That AMI situation, when you're raising the amounts, to me, that's worrisome because we know that the West Side is developing. Developers are coming in there because they're making it the new downtown area. And that's going to make that AMI even higher for people to live. So what you're doing is displacing the poor people again and replacing it with more acceptable people who are making more money. And that is not okay. You have to stop this. You have to stop the West Side from turning into some high-priced place to accommodate the downtown people. It's not okay, and we need you to rethink all of these things. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The next person is Vincent L. Michael.
Thank you. I'm with the Conservation Society of San Antonio, and we contacted the CEO and board chair because we were contacted by a development company that was interested in restoring the Alazan as they had done to a similarly dated project in Chicago. We therefore would urge you as a board not to approve the demolition at this meeting, but to look at other options for reusing those buildings and preserving the housing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The next person is Fabiola Ochoa Alba. Please unmute. Okay, the next person is Paul Demanche. Paul Demanche, please unmute.
Hello, thank you everyone. My name is Paul. Regarding agenda item number 12, I just want to say first, I want to reiterate what a couple folks have said, and that it strikes me as a bit condescending for the chair to assume that folks that have taken time out of their day today to sit through this meeting and provide their opinions about this agenda item are ill-informed. And then second, I encourage all the commissioners to vote against requesting permission to demolish and privatize Alazan Courts. And instead, I would suggest that the commission direct SAHA leadership and staff to develop a plan that preserves all of the public housing units as public housing and ensures that every Alazan resident is given the opportunity to live in quality, safe, public housing. Public housing is a precious thing. It needs to be protected. It should never be privatized. And furthermore, SAHA resources should never be a tool for corporations like NRP to enrich themselves at the expense of public housing residents. On a related note, as you consider a replacement for the CEO, I urge you to select someone who strongly believes in the value and importance of public housing and who will fight to preserve and create more safe, quality public housing. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person is Maddie Kennedy.
Hi, I'm here. One moment.
Hello? Maddie Kennedy? It's difficult to hear you. You're going in and out.
Sure if I
Okay,
am coming through.
I can hear you now.
Oh, okay, excellent. I'm so sorry about that.
Okay, you can begin. 90 seconds.
Excellent, thank you. Alazan Courts is obviously an anchor in the West Side, but I just want to emphasize how important it is to listen to the voices of the community for such a long duration of time, to listen to the needs of not just the residents, but the residents of Alazan Courts, but all those who will be affected by the individuals who will become unhoused and will need to relocate. We want the member community that have courts to stay right there on the West Side. We want SAHA to take responsibility of paying those apartments to make sure that we can continue to make our community better and protect the legacy of the West Side. We ask that you don't demolish a cornerstone of the community. You owe it to San Antonio, to the West Side, and to the families who want to keep their homes and their place. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next person on the list is Sam Woody. Sam Woody, please unmute.
Apologize, I'm at work. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, sir. You have 90 seconds.
Great. Allowing Alazan to fall into disrepair is SAHA's fault. Not updating the heating and air conditioning is also SAHA's fault. Y'all had 40 years to do this. Using it as an excuse to privatize and demolish public affordable housing is unethical. If you find yourself as SAHA reducing the affordable housing stock, you're failing. And I got to go back to work. I wish y'all would do these meetings after 5, but that's what I have to say.
Okay, thank you. The next person is Gabriel Velasquez with the Avenida Guadalupe Association.
Thank you, Chair. You know, with all that's been said, nothing's been said that justifies keeping our people living in segregation era projects. Nothing. It's cold to suggest that the tenants don't know what's best for them. Janet Garcia, who's an outstanding resident leader, she not only represents the residents of the Alazan Apache, but she's a resident herself. Much has been said to foster fear and to entrench hesitation that we all know results in decades of no development. You know, one thing that I want to say is that with respect to the assumption that we don't know that it has not been communicated to us by SAHA, SAHA since choice has been informing everybody as to what's going to happen, what the displacement percentages are, how people have choices to go into the Alazan lofts. It's been very clear for a long time. So don't be baited by the idea that somehow we haven't been communicated the protocols. Now, I want to say something to the board. We've waited a long time for a board of directors at SAHA that had people of the caliber of Dr. Guzman, Nacho Perez, Olga Kaufman, and the rest of you. Y'all are a blessing. And anybody that thinks that they're going to find a better board than the board that we have right now is fooling themselves. Y'all have led this community and have been good leaders, particularly the Mexican-American community, for decades. And at Avenida and in the neighborhood, we're proud that y'all are leading SAHA today.
Thank you. The next person on the list is Paula Buderant. Please unmute. Okay, the next person on the list is Christine Drennan. Please unmute.
How do you unmute on the telephone?
*6. Is this Paula or Christine?
No, I was asking for someone else who's calling.
All right. So this is Christine, not Paula.
Okay.
Great.
Okay, Christine, you go ahead. You have 90 seconds.
Thank you. My name is Christine Drennan, and I'm the chair of the Urban Studies program at Trinity. And had the great pleasure of working for and with the Housing Authority for over 10 years on the East Side. I come here with tremendous respect for the San Antonio Housing Authority, and particularly for some of the dedicated people who work there. I've enjoyed working with them and learning with them over the years. I come here to offer input on the decision to vote today on the decision to demolish Alazan Courts and replace it with mixed income development. First, evidence from around the country, and increasingly from here, is that the mixed income model of architecture and community development used to address intergenerational poverty and lack of social mobility is fatally flawed. Peer-reviewed research from cities all over the country documents that the assumptions of this model are thinking about that the mixture of low, moderate, and high-income households in close proximity will encourage low-income households to move into the middle class is not proven to be true. In fact, perhaps the opposite. My own work on the demolition of the Wheatley Courts and the replacement with mixed income development has shown mixed results. While it's beautiful, long-term residents who moved out had tremendous difficulty finding replacement housing and ended up in areas of the city that are more dangerous with lower performing schools and little public transportation. Couldn't we be the new leader? Not follow Chicago, St. Louis, New Orleans, or the for-profit developers, but offer our own alternatives and determine how to maintain and keep public housing.
Okay, thank you. Next one is Kevin Lamel. Kevin Lamel, please unmute.
Okay. Good afternoon, SAHA board and staff members. My name is Kevin Lamel. I am a member of TOP, a proud resident of the East Side. I'm asking you to vote no on agenda item number 12. I live nearby the Wheatley Courts, and I saw families being moved out of the area and new families moving in. And so many families were displaced for this community, and I don't want this to happen to the Alazan Courts. We should have worked with the residents to improve the Wheatley Courts instead of demolishing and removing the community from this area. Currently, I'm on the SAHA waiting list, and I found out the list has been growing. Right now, the waiting list is 42,000. Why demolishing the housing while the waiting list keep on increasing? If you demolish the Alazan Courts, you are going to decrease the number of units, and people like me on the waiting list will be waiting even longer. We expect better from SAHA. People.
Okay, the next person on the list is Juan Narvaez. Juan Narvaez, please unmute. The next person on the list is D. Hernandez. D. Hernandez, please unmute. Okay, the next person on the list is Jolene Garcia.
Hello?
Yes, is this Jolene Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, yes.
I wanted to, yes, thank you. Thank you for having me here today. I am an organizer with Texas Organizing Project, and I wanted to, we work day in and day out with low-income residents in Latino and Black communities across San Antonio and Texas. And what we have been hearing so often is that institutions ignore us. They don't involve us in the solutions that affect our lives. And sometimes I know there are good people in these institutions. And I know that very often these institutions just haven't had the experience in the relationship, the good relationship, to really work with the community to come up with creative solutions. Because if we're continuing down the same road that we've gone for years and years and decades, we're going to end up over again with problems like we have today, where our affordable housing units are not really affordable. So many people are on the waiting list, and we're continuing this cycle of not working with the community. And so what I urge SAHA to do at this time is to pause and to re-engage with the community. I heard someone say earlier today, this community has been informed over and over and over again. That's not a way to communicate. What we need to do is sit down at the same table together and work on a solution. And that is what I'm asking you to do.
Okay, the next person on the list is Marlon Davis. Marlon Davis, please unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you have 90 seconds, sir.
Great. My name is Marlon, and I oppose item 12 and encourage the board to vote against the demolition. We should not have to sacrifice housing that shelters poor and working class families if we claim to serve said community. If 45,000 families are already waitlisted for housing, then the very long process of construction this will initiate will only increase those wait times, and the first people to suffer will be the poorest and least capable of sustaining themselves. In our mission to house every San Antonian, Alazan Apache Courts is an asset and certainly a place to stay while SAHA initiates the public process that should have taken place to craft a comprehensive solution. As it stands, this process is unnecessarily rushed and deliberately deliberately leaves no room for meaningful community engagement. We don't need a museum, we need housing. And symbolic gestures like this are empty and irresponsible. We don't honor the history of the Alamo or San Fernando Cathedral by tearing it down and building a museum. We preserve it, as we should with Alazan. It's no different from the altar you erected in celebration of Dia de los Muertos. If the Alazan apartments are dead, it is SAHA who killed them by virtue of neglect and organized abandonment to deliberately leverage a quote-unquote failing housing stock for profit. We need shelter for our most vulnerable, not a reckless plan that displaces families in the midst of a pandemic. People over profit. Bring this community to the table instead of preaching at them. As was said before, communication requires dialogue, which is two parties talking. So bring us to the table and let's take the time to craft a meaningful solution that incorporates everyone's best interest without subjecting them to the violence of displacement.
Okay, thank you. The next one is Ryland Jacaro. Ryland
Hello.
Jacaro. There you go. You have 90 seconds, sir.
Hi, my name is Ryland Jacaro, and I work at the Esperanza Peace and Justice Center right across the street from the proposed development at Colorado and Guadalupe. I would first like to start by saying that I oppose item number 12 and that I urge you all to vote no on the demolition request. I encourage SAHA to reevaluate the long-term impact of your decisions. By going forward with this project, SAHA is jeopardizing the most important part of their organization, the relationship with the community. Board members claim to represent our voices, and yet they don't live near us, they don't look like us, and they certainly do not behave like us. Board, you are underestimating just how resilient and committed this community is. Because you lack these shared experiences, your claims of knowing what is best for our families are baseless, disrespectful, and downright silly. The irony of proposing a museum in the place of the current housing is that you will inevitably have the ones you displace using the outside of the museum as shelter. Residents will not be able to move their families if there is nowhere else to go. We expect more from SAHA, people over profit.
Okay, thank you. Amber Gomez, please unmute.
Hi.
Hi, you have 90 seconds, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. My name is Amber, and I have friends that live in the Alazans. There is no question that the property has problems and needs repairs, but there is a lot of good in the community as well. I don't believe that demolition is the answer. I believe that you can find funds to remodel and upgrade if you cut out all the extra hands in the pot. Why can't SAHA create a nonprofit construction company that can handle the repairs locally, providing much needed jobs for this neighborhood and allowing residents to provide sweat equity in their homes? We expect more from SAHA, people over profit. Thank you.
Okay, Patricia Ortiz, you're next. Please unmute.
Gracias, buenas tardes. Soy Patricia Ortiz y trabajo en el proyecto de las encuestas para ayudar a la gente del Westside.
My name is Patricia Ortiz and I work in the project to get some questionnaires to the community on the West Side. Gracias, Patricia.
Gracias. Bueno, me he encontrado con muchas cosas tristes y muchas cosas buenas en esta área de la ciudad de San Antonio.
I have found a lot of sad things and a lot of good things in this area of San Antonio. One of the sad things I have found is, dígame.
Una de las cosas más tristes que me encuentro es que la gente no nos quiere abrir las puertas pensando que somos los compradores de sus casas.
One of the things that I have found that is the saddest thing is that people do not want to open the door to us because they're thinking that we are here to buy their homes.
Esto nos evita poder ayudarlos como quisiéramos.
And this, of course, avoids us to be able to help them the way we would like to help them.
Y bueno, feliz de estar en este proyecto y de tratar de poner un poco de mi parte para poder ayudarlos.
I am very happy to participate in this project and to be able to give to the community by participating and helping a little bit.
Gracias. Buenas tardes.
Thank you and good afternoon.
Okay, Jacqueline Caldwell is next. Jacqueline Caldwell, please unmute.
Jacqueline Caldwell here.
Okay, you have 90 seconds, ma'am.
Commissioners and board members, I feel very disrespected that you all are not taking the time to listen to the community you claim that you're trying to do good for. How can you do good for someone if you're not even listening to what their input is on your plan for them? With this plan, which is Agenda 12, so many people will be displaced. So many children will be put into even deeper generational unfitness to fit in society where you all just want to profit off of it. I agree with a lot of people who said, let's remodel and let's re-renovate. Allow the people who live in these homes to rebuild the homes. Give them opportunities to really better themselves instead of more opportunities to struggle. But for the next generation, that struggling is okay because you all profit off it. It's very disrespectful that you all don't want to plan a whole day's time and be considerate of the people who do have work and the people who do have school, children to get from school, the time to speak. All of you look frustrated and irritated. Your body language even shows that you're not interested in what we have to say. So how do you want to do good for us when you even look like you don't? Look at yourself. Put yourself in a situation for 30 days where you find a job claiming that you don't have any education, because most of the West Side doesn't. They're uninformed. And try and live and try and find housing under your standards and see if that's possible for you. Create the hypothetical situation for yourself and understand it.
Hello, my name's Thomas. I was called on earlier but couldn't speak. Would it be all right if I spoke now?
What's your name, full name, sir?
Thomas Dean.
Joanna, do you see him on your list?
I do. I have him as somebody that was not able to speak.
He should be able to speak if he's
Yes.
there now.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Hello, commissioners. I am Thomas, and I respectfully ask commissioners oppose agenda item 12. I live on Torion Street, 2 blocks away from the Alazans. I'm concerned with the lack of transparency and the plan to ensure our neighbors will remain housed and can afford the newly constructed units. If the Alazans are demolished and replaced to mirror the same model as the Alazan legacy lofts, my neighbors will be forced to move and displace from their neighborhoods, schools, and communities because of affordability. Thank you.
Okay, Isabel Galvan.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, you have 60 seconds.
Hi, my name is Isabel, and I am against the demolition of the Alazan community. When something is broken, is your automatic thought to discard it? When there is a questionable hump in your marriage or relationship, is your first thought to move on? No, it's to find out what is broken, repair it, and rekindle it. In 2019, in San Antonio alone, there were a total of 2,872 people experiencing homelessness, with 1,187 unsheltered. I would imagine that this year's pandemic has probably added to that number. The fact that we are trying to dismantle public housing in San Antonio is not only disgusting, but it is inhumane. The fact that there is no plan and no plausible funding to support the 500 families who will be at risk for displacement is very concerning, not to mention all the information that SAHA has failed to give the people of the Alazan community regarding the demolition. I want to remind SAHA that omission itself is a lie and is similar to perjury based on the fact that you all swore to be all about the community and its people versus funding and cost. You would think that with everything going on in the economy today, SAHA would acknowledge that it is in the best interest of the community and of the residents and of the people of San Antonio to expand public housing. With that being said, in the event that the Alazan community is demolished and the concerns and comments of us, the people, the residents, and the allies are overlooked, I vow to dedicate my time to keep an updated log on the placement and whereabouts of the future living situations of the hundreds of families that you are going to leave without a place to call home. Most of who are already depressed and because they are poor and disabled and who are already looked down on by society or needing assistance.
Okay, the next person is Nicole Hammer.
Hi, my name is Nicole Hammer. I am a SAHA resident. I would like the commissions to vote no to item number 12. Public housing is needed for the lowest income families. Section 8 is a mixed income, not public housing. There are additional deposits. They have sticker credits and background checks. Your utilities are high, and even if you have a voucher, it's very hard to find a place that will take it. Residents are being sold a dream. What residents really need is reality. They need less payments so they can build their lives up and better themselves to get further and hopefully someday off of housing, not setting us up for failure. Vote no to demolition. Say yes to saving public housing. We expect more from SAHA, people over profit. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Jeanette Rico. Jeanette Rico, please unmute. Okay, Esther Calvillo, please unmute.
Hi, my name is Esther, and I vote no. I have lived in the Alazan apartments for over 20 years, and despite all the difficulties and hardships in this community, I have found that people thrive in the most impossible situations. No matter how many injustices we go through, residents help each other and support each other whenever they're in dire situations. And despite what you may think, we always find a way to make it through the tough times. These apartments are considered a part of the historic West Side, and with appropriate actions, we can make this community thrive again. You have the funds to do it, so instead of making more apartments, you should work on fixing the ones you already have. If you cannot even take care of what you have right now, then you shouldn't add more to your plate. We expect more from SAHA, people over profit.
Okay, Ruth Calvillo, please unmute.
Good afternoon. My name is Ruth Calvillo. I'm a SAHA resident. I've lived my whole life in the Alazan courts from the day I was born to the age of 18. It was where I was raised. It's where I grew up. We had friendly neighbors and everyone knew each other. All of the kids would always play together. They'd go to school together. When someone did barbecues outside, they'd actually give food to those who were out there with us. We would help each other out, actually. I know how Alazan, some people there have been having troubles paying rent, but there were some humble people that would actually help out even if you didn't have the money. They'd be willing to help even if they're in a tough situation. Whenever someone was sick, most of the residents would go check up on them. We were just practically a big family. Although the apartments may not have been in perfect conditions, it was a home. We made a bunch of memories there, and it would kind of be sad to see all of that being demolished. If anything, the Alazan should be renovated instead of demolished. This is our home, and we won't let you destroy it. Please vote no for demolition. We expect more from SAHA, people over profit.
Okay, Kayla Miranda. Kayla Miranda, please unmute.
I'm here.
Okay, you have 90 seconds, ma'am.
My name is Kayla Miranda, and I'm a resident of the Alexander Apache Courts. Before I moved into my apartment 3 years ago, I went from being a business owner and a homeowner to being homeless. There is nothing like having to watch your kids bird bath in a gas station bathroom to get ready for school, to really put your life into perspective. My children, when they first saw our apartment, were happy to have a kitchen, a stove, their own room, and not a motel room. Yes, these properties need repairs, but to say that residents need bigger spaces with central AC is the type of uninformed, offhanded comments that come only from someone who has never been in my shoes. When Diego Bernal got us the window unit ACs, SAHA made sure we signed an addition to our lease stating that those units will be used at our own risk and we are responsible for the additional electric. We can barely afford our utilities in the small apartments, but you want us to have larger spaces and have to pay to cool those larger spaces, especially on a 3 and 4 level apartment complex where heat rises and the 3rd and 4th levels are going to be extremely hot during the summers. You don't tell residents the truth about what they will go through. Section 8 is not public housing. There are higher deposits, there are stricter qualifications, and a higher cost to already financially unstable tenants. I will be happy to work with SAHA to find other solutions as soon as they stop openly supporting and actively participating in gentrification of the West Side.
Okay, Antonia Castaneda, please unmute. Okay, someone signed up under.
There. Okay. There, can you hear me?
Yes, Antonia, you have 90
Okay.
seconds.
Okay, buenas tardes. I am Antonia Castañeda. I'm a retired historian and a co-founder of the West Side Preservation Alliance. And we initiated the WPA in 2001 precisely because the history of the West Side was being erased and we needed to establish an entity to help preserve it, to preserve the history and culture. And so I'm here today to express my opposition to item 12 and to strongly encourage the board to vote no on the demolition request. So a couple of items. Councilwoman Chaz says that Guzman argues that we are uninformed or that the community is uninformed. Well, we did attend meetings and we attended at least a couple of meetings. I think those were all that were held. And it was interesting to note that the representative of SAHA came with and was presented along with the NRP group. So from our perspective, from my perspective, there was no separation from NRP and SAHA. And so I would urge the board to instead vote to instead establish a series of community meetings where SAHA and the community meet without representatives of NRP and where SAHA gets to hear from the community firsthand and to present their views or their plans to the community. Thank you.
Okay, someone signed up as SAHA resident. Okay, I'm going to move on. SAHA resident?
Yes.
Can I have your name, ma'am?
No, I would not like to provide it.
Okay, no problem. Go ahead. You have 90 seconds.
Yes. I would say, first of all, I would like to urge the SAHA board to vote no to item number 12. I am not a native of San Antonio, but became a native at the age of 15. Upon turning 20 or 21, I was homeless at the FAM Ministries with my young son at the Alexander Apache Court. I was displaced from the Alexander Apache Court after 6 years. I would like to just say I'm disgusted and ashamed because of the San Antonio Housing Authority to be even a resident of San Antonio. And I have urged others not to come here to build a life or to create anything in this city because of the lack of sympathy and compassion from San Antonio Housing Board and from the employees in their offices. And I'm truly disgusted how they don't know the backgrounds of certain people that they deal with that are not even from San Antonio, and what kind of message you are sending to those in other states who are interested in coming here. You will be doing a disservice to the residents here and to yourself, because I highly discourage it. But the displacement of any public housing community is disgusting. And me, myself, knowing my background, that I was never raised a day on housing, have had a just bitter and just ugly experience with the San Antonio Housing Authority, and do not wish it on anyone else.
Okay, the next person is Amy Castley.
I'm here, yes.
Okay, ma'am, you have 90 seconds.
My name is Amy Castley. I'm a retired professor of law, having taught at St. Mary's and other law schools for 40 years. I have two things I'd like to say to the commission. First of all, we are all facing a huge problem, as you know, and you're doing a lot to try to address it. And that is that we lack housing for the very poor. There's no lack of housing in San Antonio for families making 60% of AMI or above. That's about 37,000. There's a lack for people making less than that, less 30% of AMI, or most often even less. So SAHA, you all, the commission, is proposing today to solve this problem or to address the problem by tearing down 500 units that are now serving the very poor and to replace them with some other units that may serve a small portion of those being dislocated. There is no answer that SAHA has given to the residents for what will happen to them during the time after they tear down their units. We have every reason to know that they will be homeless or they will be in much worse housing than they are now. The second thing I'd like to say is to ask the commission to respect the voices that they're hearing. That's not.
Okay. The
I
next
couldn't.
is Nikki Johnson. Nikki Johnson, please unmute.
Yes, can you hear me, ma'am?
Yes, you have 90 seconds.
Thank you. I just would like to address the board and ask, how many of you have ever had to lay your head down at night, not knowing where your children would lay their heads down the following night? I want you all to consider where these families are and how 500 families are going to find affordable housing in the city where there's already an issue with affordable housing. You mentioned also earlier about turning one of the buildings into a museum. A museum can never house the community and the love and the neighborly love that these people have developed over time together. I'm asking that you reconsider, instead of tearing down, why don't you put that money into building up and fixing the issues that are at that apartment complex and allowing those families to stay there? Thank you.
Okay, Judith Vega. Please unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, can you hear me?
90 seconds.
Okay, yes. My name is Judith Vega, and I currently work for the Esperanza Peace and Justice Center. But I would like to kind of testify today as one of the co-authors of the Wheatley Choice Health Impact Assessment that was submitted to HUD on SAHA's behalf and for SAHA back in 2014. In that report, I worked at the health department at that time for the city, and we talked about like the health effects of the new development of Wheatley Court, of the demolition of Wheatley Courts, and made recommendations to really guard against displacement, because we felt that as public health professionals, we felt that the biggest issue that people would face were the ill effects of displacement. We warned them of this. The demolition had already taken place at that time, but that's exactly as Dr. Drennan described what kind of played out. A lot of people weren't able to return. HUD required SAHA to provide case management for 5 years to follow all of those residents. In this case, with the demolition of Alazan, there will be no case management. And given the track record of SAHA with the redevelopment of Wheatley Courts and how a lot of people were not able to return and a lot of people ended up homeless, a lot of kids had a lot of issues at school, had to go to new schools in the middle of the school year, created a lot of disruption for those families. And so, SAHA just needs to be more transparent.
Okay, Linda Ortega, please unmute. Linda Ortega.
I am Linda Ortega.
Okay, you have 90 seconds.
And a resident of the inner west side, unlike some others who do not live in District 5. I am also a member of the Historic West Side Residents Association. We are against SAHA's failure to honor the culture of our area, 3- and 4-story apartments are not in keeping with the culture of the West Side. We share these concerns with SAHA, but were disregarded. Also, it is against the Avenida Guadalupe area plan. No more displacement of people, no more weekly courts, people, people over profit, and Hernandez is not pronounced Hernandez, typical of SAHA. No disregard for the people. Thank you.
Okay, the next one, I'm sorry, is Jessica O. Guerrero.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, before I begin, I just wanted to note that Fabiola Torralba is on the line. She was called to speak, but was still on mute.
Okay, thank you. I will call her next. I do see her on the list.
Okay, thank you so much. So buenas tardes, I'm Jessica O. Guerrero, a housing justice advocate, and currently I serve as chair of the city's housing commission. I've witnessed some of the impacts of displacement on families since the removal of Mission Trails mobile home community to the renoviction and removal of several other preventable cases. I urge SAHA's board to postpone item number 12 or vote no until further consideration of the unintended consequences of this project on SAHA residents and neighbors. The city of San Antonio is now lauded for their housing assistance programs. Before these programs were developed, Mayor Nierenberg led approval of a moratorium on incentives programs that would catalyze displacement in the inner city, where residents were already prey to aggressive neighborhood change caused by public redevelopment projects. The city improved their policies and learned more about how to prevent and address displacement by taking time to engage renters and homeowners who are directly impacted. SAHA's current timeline for redevelopment of the Alazan Apache courts will accelerate housing and stability for families in the area. It will accelerate displacement of the SAHA residents you serve and also decrease our city's supply of precious affordable housing. Please consider that there are valuable lessons to learn from displacement that occurred at SAHA's Wheatley courts, Victoria courts, and more. Consider also SAHA's important role in the city's commitment to preventing displacement in our San Antonio. Thank you.
Okay, the next item, person on the list is Ramon. No last name, Ramon.
Don't forget Fabiola also.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I will forget. Ramon? Yep, there you go.
Hello, this
There you
is Farrell Clark.
Is this for Ramon?
This is Farrell Clark with Reliable Revolutionaries.
Okay, you have 90 seconds.
Yes, I would like to speak against the plan that you have to demolish the Aslan Court and proposal to instead put a museum. I would like to ask you how, if you feel these people deserve a better life and they deserve better living conditions in AC units, how are they going to get that if they can barely afford to live where they're living now? And then you're moving them out with no real plan on how to house them after. So it's lovely to hear dreams of pools and central AC and central heating, but if you don't have a current plan on how you're gonna move and house these 500 families, then that plan is nothing more than a pipe dream. So I would like to speak heavily against you taking these people out of their house in order to put a museum up, which does them no good. There's no future for them if they're homeless. So that's what I would like to say. And I would like to also call on the other members of the housing there at Aslan Courts to join up with us, Reliable Revolutionaries, and start a protest against San Antonio housing authorities and city council against the removal of these families.
Okay, I'm now going to call Fabiola Ochoa Torralba.
Hi, this is Fabiola. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. You have 90 seconds.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Hi, my name is Fabiola Ochoa Torralba. Thank you so much to SAHA board and for community members holding this space.
I am a housing advocate who is currently engaged in anti-displacement policy work and resident advocacy efforts in the city and in Bexar County. I'm speaking here on my own accord. I'm speaking primarily because I am concerned about the lack of information around the plan to address the housing needs of the residents, the 500 households or 1,200 residents who will be displaced with the demolishment of the Alhazan Apache courts. There hasn't been enough information, and frankly, I'm concerned about it because we know that we have a low affordable housing stock in the city. We know that once you've been displaced, you are going to experience a higher chance of experiencing displacement again. I believe it's more than 60%. We know that we at the moment do not have the capacity to risk the creation of future residents who are experiencing or will experience homelessness because our facilities at the moment are beyond capacity. We also know that most landlords do not accept housing vouchers, and there is no policy in place at the moment to promote their use, leaving subsidized dependent renters with even less housing options. I think
Okay, I'm gonna go back and call Ramon before. I don't think that he answered. Ramon. Okay, the next one is Anthony Pestello. Please unmute. Okay, the next one is Josie Garcia.
Hello, can you hear me?
Is this Josie Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you have 90 seconds.
My name is Josie Garcia. I'm retired Air Force and community advocate and leader of Reliable Revolutionaries, a local human rights organization that prides in taking protest to policy. And I just want to express to you all my heartache, if you will, my heartbreak at the knowledge that we have thousands of houseless individuals right now, houseless families who are living in the Haven for Hope courtyard. And you all are sitting here talking about destroying 500 units that can protect somebody from the cold, from the shelter, from the rain. This is the most absurd thing that I've ever heard. And in light of this being a pandemic and our community is suffering, I'm sitting here listening to a board who seems to lack empathy. I will let you know, you all say that you have a plan to relocate these members. Well, I highly suggest you enact that plan now. Relocate these families. Use the remaining units for our houseless. Allow them to use their sweat equity to repair these homes. Give them something to be proud of and stop lining the pockets of these developers. We will organize and we will march if you don't hear our people.
Okay, Jake Tucker. Jake Tucker, please unmute.
Yeah, you hear me?
Yes, you have 90 seconds.
Right. I'm speaking against the demolition of the Alhazan courts. Chairwoman Guzman, you opened this meeting privileging your own voice over the community while you limit the speaking time of each person, making your case to reduce public housing stock in San Antonio at the worst possible time. If public housing structures are damaged beyond repair, that adds to evidence of SAHA misleadership. Your priorities and decisions show the poverty of profit-seeking development via public-private partnerships. Put succinctly, the stewards of our public housing are complicit in the neglect of SAHA stock in order to justify the transfer of public funds into the hands of rich developers. These are crimes against your own people. Right now, tens of thousands in San Antonio are facing eviction and foreclosure. Housing need will explode if rents and mortgages do not get canceled by the federal government. That's not something you can count on. But yet, you intend to displace public housing residents while doing nothing to address the immense need coming in the immediate future. Y'all are uncreative and cynical. You use the same costly privatization models that have failed up to this point and fight or lie to existing residents rather than fight for their rights. Now you admit you have communicated poorly, but still want to vote to demolish today. If you cared about your mission, you would be renovating existing stock and fighting to expropriate vacant housing stock from real estate speculators via eminent domain. But eminent domain is only used to displace the poor for highways, stadiums, oil pipelines, or others profit-seeking users. The same aims as your mixing.
Joe Galvez. Joe Galvez, please unmute. I'm sorry, Galvan, I believe.
One moment.
Yeah, I'm sorry, it is Joe Galvez.
One moment. Hi, I'm Joe. I agree with everybody on Agenda 12, but I would like somebody else to speak.
Commissioners and board members, I'm an Alazan resident. Today I feel disrespected by all of you because of your plan to force my children, my neighbors, my working and trying to work community members to be homeless so that you all can benefit from the housing holocaust of the West Side. Killing our community unity, murdering the safety of the basic shelter, AKA SAHA, slaughtering the morals, motivation, and meaning of the community, inhumanely torturing our future generations by forcing them to go into systems where they're cared for by people who don't care for them, like your faces show that you don't care for us. You all's body languages and facial expressions are showing us that you don't care. You cutting the time for us to speak and tell you our opinion as a community you're claiming to serve is even more disrespect. I vote no against Project 12, Agenda 12. I demand that you all choose something else. Let us do sweat equity. Teach us to build our community versus just taking it away from us and forcing us to go somewhere else, which is nowhere else.
Okay, Elizabeth Gonzalez. Please unmute. Elizabeth Gonzalez. Okay, I have Jacqueline and Elizabeth and Marie and Nick on the list.
I would like to say no. I vote no to Agenda 12. Stop the West Side Holocaust. Stop killing our dreams. Stop putting us in situations that cause us to fear for our lives and for our safety. America has had enough of that. San Antonio has had enough of that. Help us by teaching us what to do and how to fix our homes. Give us the opportunity to learn instead of saying that we're uninformed. You're not giving us the opportunity, so you can't say that you've done everything you can. Do everything you can versus just pushing us to the side and bringing in people you think is more fit into a community you're claiming to be so about. If this does pass through, are you all gonna help us pay our bills to get into these apartments? I doubt it. I doubt it.
Okay, the next one on the list is Nick Carrillo. Nick Carrillo, please unmute. Okay, Dr. Guzman, that concludes our list for item number 2. We have 3 individuals signed up for item number 3.
I'm sorry, I was registered to speak. I'm Erica Campos.
Yes, ma'am. You are registered to speak for item number 3, which is coming right up.
I believe I registered for the.
Yeah, I have you listed, Erica Campos, as item number 3, which is coming right up next.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was for the demo of Alazan.
It's still citizens to be heard.
My name is Jacqueline Caldwell. I wasn't able to unmute my phone on time so that I can speak my piece on voting no against the demolition. With this demolition, I would like for you all to put yourself in a hypothetical situation of someone who is making minimum wage, who has 3 children and has no education.
Okay, yeah, I have Jacqueline Caldwell has already had opportunity to speak.
Proceed with the next speaker, Joanna.
Okay, so we are going to item number 3. Does Dr. Guzman need to read that section, or should I just continue?
I think you should just continue.
Okay, Erica Campos for item number 3. Please.
Ma'am, good afternoon.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I may have clicked the wrong registration. My apologies for that. But I'm a current resident of Alazan Courts. And I've been hearing a lot of people say that you guys haven't reached out to the community or did anything like that. But I've been in several meetings in the community center, even in different community centers I went to, and I've been hearing about the demo of Alazan for a long time now. And I just wanted a statement saying that I'm for it. I'm for it because just to remodel it, it will only be putting a Band-Aid on something that is majorly wrong with the community and with the infrastructure. And just to live there, I believe a lot of people are stating things when they don't actually live there and experience it for themselves. To live in a concrete building, I don't believe anybody would really appreciate to live in a concrete building. I can't call it home because I can't hang up any pictures because of the concrete. There's no possible way for me to hang anything up. Just the infestation, the community itself isn't so great. I believe you can't fix that. Just like I said, infestation. I believe if you build up a home, you can build up a person, and then that person can eventually help build up the community. And people are speaking as if you're going to throw people on the street tomorrow. This construction will take 2-3 years, and it'll be in part by part by part. And I'm pretty sure SAHA will do their part to let everybody know, to have a place to go and somewhere that they just won't be thrown on the street. I'm sorry for the long speech, but that's all I have to say.
Okay. Okay. All right. The next one for item number 3 is James Hamilton. James Hamilton, please unmute. Okay, I have one more for item number 3, Pharaoh Clark.
Yes, this is Farrell Clark, and I would like to just speak to the situation of the demolition of Aslan Courts and the lady that just jumped on before and spoke as to how living in a concrete structure, she can't hang up pictures. Maybe you've never heard of double-sided tape. That might work to hang up the picture, I'm not sure. And when you're talking cement screws, those might work. When you're talking about better living, of course, we believe that every single citizen deserves better living. They also deserve affordable living. And we wouldn't be against the demolition of the Aslan Courts if SAHA had already provided these families with an alternative place to go. Place to go. Sitting there and saying that you're already approving the demolition of the courts when you haven't even approved where you're moving these families to. And if they are going to be moved, then they also need to be moved and housed at some place at the same exact rate of rent. Sending them to somewhere where they can't afford, even if you raise their rent by $50 to $100, for some of these families, they cannot afford that raise. Even the cost of moving to some of these families will become a burden. So it's great that you may be in a different financial position and you may be able to climb up and build yourself up and move on to some other place so that a museum can be put in the place of this building. However, There's also 100 families, 200 families, 300 families that live there that are not in the same economic position, that can't just afford to pack up and move to the next place that hasn't even been determined, that hasn't even been.
Dr. Guzman, that concludes our list for items number 2 and 3.
And Dr. Guzman, if you like, we can move staff's presentation up on item number 12 as per the earlier discussion in the meeting.
Yes. What I am proposing, board members, is that we not follow the agenda as written, and that we give the staff the opportunity to present. Hopefully, many of the people who have spoken today will be able to stay and listen to your presentation about all of the plans. I understand that this has been covered before at many other meetings, but there seems to be more information needed. And so I am looking for your advice on moving the staff presentation forward so that they can present, and then we can vote on item 12 before we go on to the rest of the agenda.
Will there be time for more community voice in this agenda at the end of this presentation?
Madam Chair, that's the board's prerogative, but at that point, you know, it is the board meeting, so, but it's at your discretion.
Okay, well, we can canvass the board members, and if they feel that that would be appropriate after we finish the agenda and after the staff has given the presentation, I am happy to stay here till 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock at night. I'm very committed to have the community understand what we're trying to do, and to let them understand that I am also people over profit. So, Joanne?
Well,
Thank
Madam
you, Chairwoman, for taking the time to hear us, unlike the rest of the board.
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Does the staff get 90 seconds as well?
Madam Chair, I think at this point, staff, since you want to move item number 12 forward, we're happy to do that. Davlin can bring up the presentation. The 3 staff members that will be doing the presentation are Tim Alcott, Lorraine Robles, and Brandy Perez. So as that comes up, we're happy to go through that presentation.
Yes, go ahead. Hearing nothing from the board, let's go ahead and do that.
Right. We're just waiting for it to load.
And I can start as it's loading, if that's okay with the board.
Yes, please.
So as it's loading, so at the last board meeting, what I'd like to quickly explain is why we're bringing it to you today. So there's appreciation for the timing of this. And just as a little bit of a background for the audience and the board, is at the last board meeting, the board indicated that they were interested in redeveloping Alazon and also possibly saving a few structures, just for the remembrance of the people that lived in Alazon, and figuring out a way to do that, because we heard that from the community. And we also discussed that we had a $34 million or $44 million bond reservation. And, it's a 3-year reservation. And because of the pandemic, we had, issues with some community engagement because of the pandemic. And so the timeline was more short. Now we have had, and Lorraine will go through it later, many meetings with the community. And she will be able to talk about that. Now, it wasn't just for Alazon, it was for Alazon Lofts as well in the choice grant. We had lots of meetings. And but then we applied for the bond reservation. We had to close by 2022 on our financing. And a couple of things that we'll go over and that was raised by the board and the concerns was making sure that these folks that currently live there have an opportunity to live in other areas. And that is whenever we demolish any development, such as Alazon, the residents are given a choice. everyone is given a choice of a Section 8 voucher, which is called a tenant protection voucher. They actually have some specific language for this. It's called a tenant protection voucher. Or you have the opportunity to go to the public housing unit. But the board indicated that they would like to move forward because if we gave up the bond reservation and not move to another, if we moved it to a different development, the folks that live in Alazan would be continuing to live in the buildings that they currently have. And as Dr. Guzman was so kind of her to donate her time and do a tour, it is a challenge development. But because of the short time frame, we brought to the board what we have here today, which is called a demolition disposition request. And what it will do is it will allow us to redevelop Alazan. It would allow us to redevelop Alazan in phases. So that way people would be able to continue to live there as we do one phase, build, have people move over. And so Lorraine will talk about the timeline and the history of our community engagement. And what we'll be asking at the end is, and also our relocation plan, we'll talk about that as well. But at the end, we would like to submit to HUD the demo disposition timeline or application, because if we don't move forward, our ability to get this done within this 2-year period would be very, very unlikely. So I'll turn it over
Tim,
to
may I ask a question about the time?
Yes, ma'am.
When is the end of the 2 years?
It's actually December of 2022.
December. So we have, okay, you're asking us to give you this demolition disposition request, but you said there was a timeliness. The reason we're doing it now how, because we have to secure the money. Give me more information there.
Yes, yep. So Lorraine has a timeline that I'll let her go through because it'll be more detailed than I'll miss some steps because there's actually a PowerPoint on this. But there is a timeline, and as we go through that, you'll see why we have to submit to HUD, get their approvals and things of that nature. But we have a chart on this, Commissioner Kaplan, that maybe when we get that chart, we can answer those questions.
And Commissioner Kaplan, that chart is the last slide on the presentation, as luck would have it. But the commitment that Tim's talking about is on the bond reservation, right? That was a 3-year timeline, and we lost a year in that time. So it's really a 2-year commitment at this point.
Okay, so when do we have to make this? I mean, in other words, if we didn't, when would be our last date or month that we could approve this, that we would still get it, still be able to be eligible for it?
Well, and I think, and we're going to let Lorraine, I think it makes sense to pull up that timeline. If you go to the last slide, and we want to make sure that we cover the rest of the presentation because it leads into this slide, but since you're asking the questions.
No, okay, if you're going to get, if you're going to get there, that's fine.
Presentation. Let's do the presentation as we have planned, and then we can answer questions afterwards.
All right, so with that, Tim and I will turn it over to Lorraine to go through the presentation, and Brandy's going to be part of it as well. They'll be trading off certain aspects of the presentation. So Lorraine?
Sure, thank you, and good afternoon. And again, here's a map just showing Alazan Court's location and proximity to the city of San Antonio. So it's west of our center city. Can we go to the next slide? And this is a brief timeline. I know today there are many, many comments with regard to not having enough information about what's going to be built or what's happening. But I want to first preface this slide by saying that the agency committed to revitalizing the Alazan community starting in 2016, 2017. And our efforts were led by our pursuit of a choice neighborhood planning grant as well as an implementation grant. And we committed at that time, not only to our residents and community leaders, that regardless of the outcome, whether we got the grant or not, the agency was committed to redeveloping the Alazan neighborhood and the Alazan courts. We committed to that. And in doing so, in July of 2019, the agency decided, let's move forward and issue an RFP to look for a development partner so that we could begin the process. In August of that same year, SAHA also came to the board and asked, can we get in line for bonds? There's an opportunity for us to get a reservation for bonds that would provide us a 3-year carry forward, meaning that we could have, we had 3 years time to utilize those bonds without penalty. And so the board approved it in August of 2019. In November of 2019, the result of our RFP was selecting NRP as our development partner, and the board approved this in November. Now, January 2020, as a result of our application for bonds, we received our 3-year carry forward for up to $44 million in bonds, as Tim mentioned, which meant that the clock started as of January 14th, 2020. And you're going to see in the timeline why we're saying now it's just 2 years. It's a little over 2 years because this year is almost over. And so our directive at the last board meeting was for us to determine whether we could meet that deadline of January 2023. So, and that's pretty much where we stand today. And as of today, we're bringing to you the results of our exercise of going through a 2-year timeline and developing it to see, can we hit that January deadline? I know the question was asked, can we afford to lose any time? And you're going to see in the timeline, we have condensed it. But you'll have to understand that there's many, many, many steps that need to get started now in order for us to meet that deadline. If not, we will not be successful. There are, I think another thing to keep in mind is that, and I think someone mentioned this, is that it's not going to happen tomorrow. Even with an approval today, there are many things that we have to do in order to submit that application to HUD. HUD has many, many requirements. We have to go through an environmental review process. We know those buildings were built at a time where there are many environmental issues that we have to address first. So environmental review usually takes 10 to 11 months, and that's without COVID. So unless we get started today, then we may not meet that 2-year deadline. There are many things that we'll put into play, and I can go through that when we get to the timeline if you'd like. Next slide. Here's Alazan as it stands today. Now, it's important that we note that the agency recognizes the Alazan courts as the 501 units that are just north of Guadalupe Street. So they're surrounded by Colorado, Torreon to the south. You've got Brazos to the west. You have Cesar Chavez to the north, and then you've got San Marcos and the Creek to the east. Again, there's 501 public housing units. The average unit is about 615 square feet. The average bedroom size is a 2-bedroom. Average household is 2.5 people, and average household income is $8,700 a year. Next slide. And I'm going to let Hector tell you about the current physical conditions.
Yes, thank you, Lorraine. Good afternoon, commissioners. Speaking of the current conditions at the Alazan courts, I'd like to start by saying the buildings were first built in 1939. They're approximately 81 years old. The buildings retain their original hollow masonry wall construction with suspended concrete foundations. Over the many decades, there have been numerous interior and exterior upgrades, rehabilitation, and retrofit projects. Today, underground conditions are crowded. They are dense with utility pipes and conduit, many which over the years have been abandoned in place. Building material technology has advanced to the point that modern materials today are built to perform and generally function for many more decades than what was used in the past. As far as energy efficiency, the buildings don't perform very well in terms of energy efficiency. The original masonry walls are not insulated. And as a reminder, insulation delivers 2 benefits. One is thermal insulation, and the other being sound absorption. In order to properly insulate the buildings, new stud framed walls would have to be installed in order to receive new insulation. Windows are also not rated for energy and sound insulation and would require replacement along with modern waterproofing. The original design of the building layouts provide very limited options for redesign, as redesign will rely heavily on existing utility infrastructure, such as sewer lines and electrical services, and existing staircases. The buildings also do not accommodate clothes dryers or the electrical and venting required to operate a modern dryer. Generally speaking, the apartment homes do not have modern HVAC, which would be difficult and costly to retrofit, and would also require electrical service upgrades in order to handle the added electrical load. Among other changes such as air duct enclosures, wired thermostats, and plumbing to capture and dispose of condensate water. Recently performed third-party professional cost analysis has been performed in order to understand the feasibility and impact of rehab versus new construction. And our rather comparable recommendations for new construction include modern, safe, and handicap accessible apartments and site amenities, code compliant improvements to life safety, including fire protection and site and building security, less cost for future maintenance, and overall improved comfort and reliability of new apartment homes. I'd also like to note that the city of San Antonio requires that if there's a renovation project that affects more than 50% of the structure, then the buildings must be brought up to modern codes, including fire protection and handicap accessibility. A rehabilitation project of that magnitude would provide modern living standards, would also require temporary displacement and relocation of clients as well.
Can we go to the next slide? So this is just again, a refresher of the unit comparison of what is actually existing with regard to their size. So studio and efficiencies, there are approximately 40 at Alazan today, and they are approximately 378 square feet versus a proposed required minimum if we were to build new of 500 square feet. For a one bedroom, there is currently 16 units at Alazan at 513 square feet versus 600 square feet that is a required minimum if we built brand new. Two bedrooms, this is where the majority of our bedrooms lie at Alazan, is 412 units. And there's 570 square feet in the one story and 693 square feet in the townhomes versus 800 square feet required by TDHCA if we build brand new. And that again is just a minimum. With our three bedrooms, there's 33 units at Alazan, currently existing at 756 square feet, and a required minimum would be 1,000 square feet if we were to build brand new. Next slide, please. So another thing that's important to let you know that is that when we made our commitment in 2016 and 2017, when we started this endeavor, was we had, yes, ma'am.
Could you just go back really quick? I'm not going to ask a question. I just want to, I didn't finish my note.
No problem. And we can provide you with the slides if you want as well. Anything you want.
Why isn't it showing how many units? You're showing the Alazan number of units, but you're not showing the proposed number of units.
And we'll get to that in just a moment.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, next slide. Okay, so what I was saying is that when we began this endeavor and when we made our commitment to the redevelopment of Alazan, we did a resident assessment back in 2017, I believe it was October. And we actually were able to assess 53% of the 501 units of the residents living there. And then we decided earlier this year that we needed to begin again, knowing that our plans were to continue. However, due to COVID, we were only able to assess 30% of the units before COVID hit. But with the 30% that we had in hand, we wanted to show you again that the numbers are extremely similar with regard to the resident sentiments regarding the redevelopment. So on this slide, you'll see, how do you feel about hearing about the redevelopment of Alazan Courts? 71.6% said they were excited. 11.2% said they didn't know about it. 9.9% said they were worried about it. 4.5% said they were neutral. And 1.7% said they were not sure. So as you can see, there is a very small percentage that did not know. We have been having community resident partner meetings since 2016 to discuss in various forms, going after various types of funding to see how we could get this done. And again, we are committed to doing this. Can we go to the next slide?
Lorraine, I think it would be helpful if you could send to the board the number of times and the dates that you had all those meetings. So we have that information, one. And the other one is in the previous slide. Rather than having percentages, it's really good to also have numbers. What numbers does that 71%? Does it mean 3 people or 27 people?
Okay.
That gives us a greater confidence when we speak about the number of households rather than the percentage.
Got it. And we will do that. We will make that change, Chairwoman.
Thank you.
The second one we wanted to share with you was with regard to new construction versus remodeling, which is our discussion today. During the assessment, 78.7% of those assessed said that they would prefer that Alazan be demoed and rebuilt brand new, while 21.3% said they would prefer it to be remodeled. I want the board and the community and our audience to be aware that before we came before the board today, when we received our directive from last board meeting, is that we made it a point to make sure that we discuss this first with our residents again. And so we held 2 resident meetings on Monday, one at 10 in the morning and one at 6 in the afternoon or in the evening, to provide residents an opportunity to be able to hear about what we were bringing to the board and to be able to weigh in and voice their concerns and ask any questions that they wanted. At each meeting, we had 26 at the morning meeting and 25 at the evening meeting. What we did at the end of our meeting, once we had described all of the, or provided them with all the information, answered all their questions, addressed all their concerns, we took a poll on Zoom and asked them, are you in support of the demolition and reconstruction of Alazan? And 100% voted yes, that they were in support. So I just wanted to make everyone aware that as we bring things to the board, we're also taking them to our residents to make sure that they're aware of where we stand in the process, what's going on, that they have a voice and that they can weigh in.
Lorraine, I have a quick
Yes, ma'am.
question.
Yes, ma'am.
So when you took the survey over Zoom, does that mean that 50 respondents said they approved of the demolition? Because there's no numbers on there.
So this isn't from the Zoom meeting, ma'am. This is from the assessment that we did where we assessed 30%.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so at the Zoom meeting, how many people were on that call?
So throughout the call, in the first meeting, we had 26 residents, and in the evening meeting, we had about 25 residents.
So that's about 50, 51. Okay, yeah, I agree with Cha that we need numbers instead of percentages.
Okay, and we will do
That's
that.
a pretty small percentage.
Understood, Madam Commissioner, and we will do that. We'll make sure to make those changes in our future presentations to make sure you're seeing numbers. Can we go to the next slide? So another question that was asked during the assessment period was, during the development, are you willing to relocate? And 89% of the respondents agreed and said yes, while 10.8 said no. And again, in this presentation, you're going to hear more in detail about relocation. And I want to again, please stress that it's important to note that these elements of planning and design and relocation are all part of what is to come next once we receive a directive from the board. So the approval today will trigger all of these things. And again, we'll discuss that as we get into the timeline. Can we go to the next slide, please? So one of the things that we knew and we learned from experience, and you heard about it today, was that when we did Wheatley courts, there wasn't sufficient housing stock, quality housing stock in the area in order for all of the residents who wanted to remain within the community or in that neighborhood to do so. And so again, when we began this endeavor in 2016 and 2017, we started planning, we started thinking about it, because the West Side had not had an investment of quality housing stock since San Juan, the old San Juan homes. And so we started working with developers in the community to start planning where we could provide developments that are in and near the area in the west side so that our families do have an option. The other thing to keep in mind is that of those assessed, and we'll provide you with those numbers as well once we continue the assessment, is how many want to stay within the neighborhood and how many are looking forward to moving to another part of the city. So here I want you to take a look at the upper left-hand corner of the screen. And this is our Mira Vista project. And it is located at 5700 Culebra Road. It's close to the corner of Culebra and Callahan, if you know the area. This project is currently under construction. It has a total of 312 units, 100% affordable, and its construction end date is around March of 2022. Then if we travel on the map to the center or northern center, it's Artisan at Ruiz, which is also currently under construction, but due to be completed by December of this year, so next month. It has 102 units, and again, 100% affordable as well. And then if we travel towards the highway, I-10, and to the south, just south of Alazan Courts, you'll see our Aspire at Tampico development, which is also currently under construction. This particular property will provide 200 units, with 68% of them being affordable. And it's due to complete construction by July of 2022. Then if we go over to the west of Tampico, you'll see our latest project, the Legacy at Alazan, planned and named by this community, which just started construction this week. 88 units, with 40 being public housing, 35 tax credits, and 5 home units, and 8 market rate units. This one is due to complete construction by May of 2022, but should start leasing by the beginning of January 2022. So you're going to see on the timeline how this lines up with the redevelopment of Alazan Courts.
Lorraine, will you repeat the units again?
Yes, ma'am. Which on Legacy?
On Legacy, yeah.
Legacy is 88 units. We have 40 that are public housing, 35 that are considered tax credit or affordable. We have 5 that are tax credit and what are called home units, which are also rent restricted and income restricted units. And then 8 market units. And the home units are a result of the home funding that we receive by the city. It's part of the requirements of receiving the funding is that we have to guarantee that at least 5 units are considered home units and have that income and rent restriction. And then if we travel south of Alazan, you'll see the 3 San Juan properties. San Juan Square that was completed in February of 2008. That has a total of 176 units, 46 which are public housing, 91 tax credit, and 6 market. Then you'll see as you go west, San Juan Square 2, which is 144 units with 48 public housing, 90 tax credits, and 6 market rate units. And that one was completed in May of 2010. And then the final phase of the old San Juan homes, which is Garden at San Juan. And it has 252 units, 63 public housing, 27 home, 31 PBB, and 131 tax credit units. So this one is considered 100% affordable.
I'm sorry, Lorraine, say that. I didn't stay caught up. Garden, go back to the garden.
The Garden at San Juan is 252 units.
Okay.
63 public housing, 27 home units, 31 project-based voucher units, and 131 tax credit units.
If you will, Lorraine, if you will make a list of all these and provide the information of how the each of the plans are going to be allocated as of now, I think that would be very helpful to the commissioners. And then we can discuss how much it would cost us to allocate more affordable units in some of the housing areas.
Absolutely, we will do that for you, not a problem.
So Lorraine, real quick, for San Juan, that one is already, I mean, that one's been established. There isn't any availability there.
So only with regular turnover. And
Okay.
that's a really good question. And I'm glad that you asked that, because it prompts me to remind myself to speak to this, because what we did on the east side with Wheatley was we worked with our development partners, regardless of whether we were involved in a particular affordable tax credit property or not, and let them know that we were soon going to be we're going to start relocation and needed units, and if they could start reserving units for our residents. And so we would do this, we would practice the same thing here in this instance, is anything as it becomes available and we're ready to start our relocation process, then we would try to do the same thing so that we could make sure that we have units available for families who want to stay within the neighborhood.
Right. And Lorraine, if I could jump in a little bit, we also do that in our other public housing developments across the whole portfolio, that once vacancies start occurring, we basically put them on a freeze. So we have available units, and Brandy can go in this later when she goes through the relocation plan. But that's also coordinated and discussed with the HUD field office, which is here in San Antonio. Right.
So I just want to make sure I'm clear. San Juan is whatever becomes available would be available. San Juan 2, the same. And then Garden at San Juan.
The Garden's the same. And Gardens just was completed in December of 2014.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions with regard to this slide? If not, we'll move to the next slide and I'll hand it over to Brandy.
Thank you, Lorraine. Good afternoon, commissioners. I know that there's been a lot of questions about what our plan is for our resident engagement regarding the relocation. And I just want to take a moment. I know Wheatley Courts, when we had made that decision as an agency to revitalize the East Side, we partnered with a couple of different organizations to offer, the services. What we do feel is that SAHA and some of the changes that we're making internally to the Community Development Initiatives Department, which you'll hear some of those changes in an upcoming presentation, feel that it's best that the Housing Authority offer the assistance and the relocation to our families during this time. And so I will be discussing kind of the timeline of the relocation in alignment with the proposed demolition and of Alazan. Next slide. So I think it's critical, and I know Commissioner Kaufman, you had mentioned this before, that when you had the opportunity to engage with our residents at Wheatley, that there didn't seem to be any information up front with the residents. What does relocation look like? What type of assistance are they going to need? So we have made a commitment that our outreach to our residents when it comes to relocation will actually start 18 to 24 months prior to the actual relocation to a new unit. And what that means is we will be engaging, having meetings with our families, starting to explain to them the difference and what options they're going to have. And that's the critical piece, that they will have options, whether they elect to get the housing choice voucher, which most of our families know as a Section 8, or if they elect to stay in public housing. That the critical thing is it's their choice, and we want to make sure that they understand that.
I have a question though. What happens if they're all going to want housing vouchers?
Mm-hmm.
And that costs more money. They need deposits. They need a good credit rating. All of that. A lot of the people, the Wheatley residents that got those vouchers, were never able to get a house or a residence that was Section 8 because there weren't any.
Sure.
And so they ended up in some terrible places, and they stuck it out because they wanted their dream to come true about where they wanted to live.
Right.
So
I'll touch a little bit on that, Commissioner, about what we.
So eventually they had no choice but to come back, which is, the choice was actually made for them. So there really was no choice. And I'm just, and then they moved really fast out all of a sudden in December. I know that you say you're planning to starting the planning early, but do you have a backup plan? Because from what I understand, when they moved up from Wheatley, it happened like right before Christmas. They all had to move. They had to move their kids, take them out of school, all of that. And that it was, for them, it was a horrible experience.
I
And
could touch a little bit on that and kind of the timing of everything. And again, a lot of these commissioner, it's lessons learned from Wheatley, but we've also recently did this when we relocated 94 scattered sites residents and kind of the timeline. And we knew that being in school and the kids, we always wanted to work with our families. And so I could touch a little bit on that as well. So definitely take note of what you're asking. And so first of all, what we also, and you've kind of touched on it a little bit about, not having the funds to make transfers and paying deposits and stuff. And so once we get to that phase, and I think that's on the next slide, but I'll stay on this slide. I'll talk a little bit about that. But I wanted to say what we found out prior to the relocation and during this is oftentimes, again, some lessons learned is many of our families had balances with the housing authority and which made them ineligible for the Section 8. And so we want to make sure we start working with our families. We know right now we've been working with our families because of COVID-19 that many of them have faced losses of income because of what's happening and unable to pay. And so we've been working with as many families, but this is just going to be more of an intense coordination with these families and saying, this is what we want to make you successful. And so if it means financial literacy classes, we're going to partner with organizations to do that. If it means that we're entering into repayment agreements, if we are reminding them that they have that opportunity to do the request for change of income, we are going to try to do anything and everything to make sure our families are successful, whether they stay in public housing because they will have that choice, or if they try to relocate, or if they opt to relocate to the Section 8 program. And so that is one of the things that we realized that probably as an organization, we should have probably had some communication about and looking at our residents' rents and what they were doing at that time. And so,
Brandy, what the board is going to expect, and David, what the board is going to expect is for this plan to be written down, for this plan to have the dates and written down. So because we have now Commissioner Garza, who has had experience in this, she can be very valuable to us in looking at what our plans are and where there may be some things that we need to do differently. And so I think that we need to be clear that what happened in Wheatley was not what's going to happen. That we learned lessons that were very hard on our community, and that we are planning in a different manner, and that the board will be knowledgeable of all of the plans, of the monies that we're allocating, and it will be written down so that the community can see it and that they can feel better about it. Because what we have heard today is very negative. It's a fear from the community that the same things are going to happen to them. And so when there is fear, we need to let them know of lessons learned and how we're going to go about it differently.
And if you're gonna do financial literacy classes, I would suggest that you do them now.
Yes.
Because nobody wants to hear about financial literacy classes when they're being evicted from their home.
That's right.
There's no way that they can go to a class and concentrate about financial literacy when they're homeless or their kids are hungry or a kid got kicked out of their new school, whatever. So if you're gonna do that, you need to do it early. I don't know if it'll help, but at least they may get something out of it, because if you do it when they're in crisis, it's not gonna work.
And Madam
Absolutely,
Chair, Commissioner, we're more than happy to, per your comments, put it all in writing. And, there might be an opportunity for the board. When we took on East Meadows, and, granted it was a national grant and there was a lot of national focus, that filtered down to the local focus, the board basically established a committee for it. I'm not saying that's what this board has to do, but maybe it's a standing item on the ops committee. So there's always that sunshine, that light on this project, because it is, an important project. It would be the largest redevelopment effort and initiative that the agency's ever undertaken. staff would welcome that. It gives us an opportunity to interact with the board and get monthly guidance on what we're doing right, what we need to work on, what we need to improve. And it would also allow for, more community discussion as we move through that, community process, which when we get to the last slide, I think the board and the community is going to see this is just a continuation. There's going to be another 7 or 8 months of that community process to address all the questions we've heard today. Hopefully we'll make the community feel a little better about the discussion we're having, and then also, hold our feet to the fire to ensure that what we talk about, that we follow through on. So, we're happy to do that. And Brandy, I didn't mean to step on your toes.
No, if you and Muriel can do that,
Sure.
putting in as a board item each month, so that what we don't want is fear in the community, and that's what we've heard today. And so we need to understand that, and we need to really show the community that this is a new SAHA. Many of you have just started, and this is a new SAHA, and this is a new board, and we are intentionally not going to commit the errors of the past, because we understand them, and we plan to do better in communicating, including the community, and being able to provide the West Side a housing area where they can be proud and the children can be proud. That's what we need to have.
We're happy to make that accommodation in the agenda, Madam Chair, and we'll run that by you and the attorney to make sure that, we have it placed appropriately and that it's, in the right spot. So we're happy to do that.
Thank you.
And I have another question on the.
I do too.
On the vouchers. What happens to the people that are in line for housing vouchers already?
Sure.
And somebody skips ahead of them?
Sure. So I'll tell you what happens with that. So Commissioner, when we go for any type of redevelopment or disposition applications, HUD allows us to apply for what we call tenant protection vouchers. And we apply for every unit that is occupied, whether someone says they want to stay in public housing. So in this case, we will submit an application for 501 units. Those vouchers go to these impacted families. They go to them first. And to talk about the wait list, because this is an action of the Housing Authority, our residents get basically top priority on the wait list. So they do they do come to the top of the wait list. So the people that have been in line, they will go atop of them, because we have on the back end, we put what we call preferences, and they elevate to the top of the wait list. So they're not going on the wait list and having to wait 3 to 5 years for a Section 8 voucher. They automatically go to the top. If they tell us, I want a Section 8 voucher, we will move them to the top of the wait list. What I will tell you is we are still required to make sure that they are deemed eligible. And that's where we want to make sure we work with our families to make sure that they are eligible for that Section 8 voucher. There is income, obviously there's income requirements, but if this previous slide showed that our average income at Alazan is about $8,900 a year. Most of our residents, there's very few residents that would not income qualify. So that's not necessarily a concern. But there are some other, we do have to look at criminal, but again, we have, we've revised our policies in the past to be able to house more individuals coming off of a wait list or being able to transfer, because we knew criminal history just across the country has been an issue. So we have been a little bit more lenient on our criminal history, and then as well as just debts owed to the Housing Authority. So that would be rent. And that's why we want to start working with the families well in advance. So this time frame says 18 to 24 months. So that's even before, but if we want to move that up to start working with our families tomorrow, we will definitely do that. That's the accommodation when we're providing these services in-house through CDI, as well as in public housing, as well as in Section 8, we could adjust that timeline. We're not dependent on an outside contractor to change those times. So that's where we have the flexibility.
So those families that are making less than $8,900 a month, a year, you will let them know that they don't qualify for?
No, they do qualify.
No, they qualify.
So they would qualify. It's folks, it's individuals making more than in Section 8. In Section 8, the income limits, we base it off of 30% area median adjusted income. So it's individuals making more than that. However, when they are transitioning from public housing because of a SAHA action or a PHA action, we up that limit to actually 80% AMI. So we make sure that our families qualify when it comes to income limits.
Right.
That's when we talk about income limits, is they can't exceed it. It definitely be less than that. And that's currently what the families that we are serving in both the public housing and Section 8 programs.
Yeah, Commissioner Kaufman, I believe it's fair to say that 100% of our clients at Alazan Apache are going to qualify financially for, staying within the public housing program or Section 8 program. We don't see that as a challenge, right? What we see is we need to support them in getting our engagement and discussion with them sooner. So the other issues that might not allow them to qualify, we have time to wipe away, to fix, to repair, to work with them, so they're in a good position to either take advantage of that public housing or that Section 8 opportunity. That's why we want to engage early. And once again, that was one of the hard lessons we learned from Wheatley and East Meadows. We didn't engage nearly soon enough. And I think Commissioner Weaver had a question or a comment.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I want to ask now. I think I'm still trying to figure out. I have a lot of questions like Commissioner Kaufman. I'm trying to understand a choice of Section 8 and public housing, just how vulnerable which choice makes our a resident more vulnerable, and what do we do to make sure that we reduce the vulnerability of not having success in their choice. And I think I'm trying to figure that out, and that if there are choices,
Right.
whatever choice they make, that they really do have those opportunities and that it's not a struggle. So, and so I'm trying to wrap my head around how many public housing opportunities are out there as we give them a choice, and will there be enough public housing opportunities if everyone chose that? And then the other thing that I'm thinking about is that would our residents know? So this is more of a guess, and I need you to help me understand. So in Alazan right now, because they're in a larger area together, there are more services provided. If you choose Section 8, then you kind of displace yourself from some of the services that could be offered from our CDI department. And I'm trying to kind of wrap my head around that, because that's the ability to be able to continue to move forward in other opportunities, not just housing. And so if somehow through this presentation we can cover that, I would love to hear your thoughts about that.
Right, and I'll let Brandy address that, but to your one point, Commissioner Weaver, experience does tell us that the vast majority of our residents will choose a Section 8 voucher, right? And if I'm not mistaken, I'd want to have Lorraine or Brandy correct me if I'm wrong on this. When it was asked in the survey of our residents, the majority of them wanted to go that route, right? So to your point, we got to make sure they're as successful as they can be in the Section 8 program before they're well informed about what those obstacles might be, or you're no longer in a high density area when it comes to being available to services. But maybe there's also, by the way, an opportunity to live in a beacon community house, all right, which is another part of our portfolio, which accepts Section 8 vouchers too. It's not just, the partnerships or other private landlords, it's other properties that we own through Beacon. So I don't know, Brandy, if you have anything you want to add to that.
Yeah, no, I want to touch on the first part of your question, Commissioner, and I think it's critical because oftentimes our residents know that sometimes they say my payments, the portion of rent that I pay in Section 8 is going to go up. And so what we have done in the past, and we have sat down, and because everybody's situation is different, everybody has different needs that need to be met. And so we have a dedicated, again, I kind of go back to the scattered sites where we really tried to make sure we picked up some lessons learned from the relocation of our Wheatley families. But we focused on that, and we said, we are going to be here. We're going to answer your questions. And when they were struggling, and I also want to just reiterate, at 18 to 24 months out, they do not have to tell us if they prefer Section 8 or public housing. That's later on. We will kind of give them a deadline just so we could start holding units. But what we want to do is say, if this is kind of the route you want to go on, let me show you what it would look like. And we start preparing based off of their what they've reported, we can say, well, and we do calculations and we do side-by-side comparisons. We also talk to them about, transitioning to another public housing where maybe it's an all bills paid unit versus, the family pays it, because that does change their portion of rent. So we try to provide as much information, and with the team that I bill with public housing, Section 8 and public housing, because they are very much aware of how we want to make sure that we change. Dr. Guzman said, learn from those lessons and show that we are, we've changed how we've impacted our families over the years. We want to show them that we are here throughout this process, not from when the walls at Alazan come down, but further. And once they get into the unit, and at the end of the presentation, we'll make the announcement that if they choose to come back, we want to make sure they're successful during those 2 years that Alazan is being redeveloped. So I hope that answers.
Brandy, may I make a suggestion too on this relocation?
Yes,
Since
ma'am.
you're coming up, since you had those 6 developments that are nearby that you are thinking are very good places for people to be relocated to, one suggestion would be to run a regular, you have a list of how many units are available at each development, and run a regular bus tour for residents so that they can see the units, know how many, and know if they need to make a, say they want to live there. In other words, you take them to the developments, show them where they could live so that they can make a decision. That's the word.
Right.
Whether they want to live there, and then they could actually apply to live there. And also I would like to say that we really should not demolish any buildings until they're totally empty, meaning that all of the residents in the buildings have been relocated so that we're not displacing anybody.
Right. And Commissioner, we don't want anybody to be living in an active demolition zone, right? That's a life safety hazard issue, and we wouldn't do that. Secondarily, we are, and we have in the past, provided staff to drive our residents around so they can see facilities or where they might have an opportunity to rent. So we provide that service, and we're happy to do that.
So David, I think that what is also needed from your building people is kind of a plan of, we would demolish 20 units. And after we demolish the 20 units, we would build this. And then we would demolish these other 20 units. So however the building people think they can do it, that all needs to be written down so that we can go over with the families on how we plan to implement this. Because this is about their livelihoods. This is their homes. Right. And we need to be very aware that there's fear there. And we do not want a community with fear. We want a community to know that we will take care of them, and we will do this the right way. And we will not displace the children. We will take care of it because we are a new SAHA, and we appreciate the community and the people that live at Alazan Apache.
Yeah, no, we're happy to put that all together. It'll be a lot of coordination, which we're happy to work on. I would say in all likelihood, it's not going to be 20 units at a time, because you're just not going to get, there's a lot of stops and starts to.
Whatever, it doesn't matter. Yeah. Whatever you come up with, they just need to know so that they can begin to envision how to behave and how to plan for their future.
Right. Yeah, we're happy to put that together.
Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners. And so in this, we are also starting not just looking at kind of their history at the property, but we're starting to ask them, are there other needs that they need, such as emergencies, stuff that we've, many of the residents we offer through our CDI team, but we're really trying to make sure that they feel comfortable having those conversations with the CDI staff and making sure we're meeting their needs during this time. Next slide, please. So about 12 months out, again, we're going to have those continuous conversations with our families. We'll be holding quarterly meetings, and then prior to the relocation, there'll be monthly meetings. And this is where we will still continue the conversation and start asking the families, are you going to elect to stay in public housing? Or are you going to elect to move? to the Housing Choice Voucher Program. And so when there is relocation involved, we are required as an organization to to provide our families with payments, relocation assistance funds. And so we will start asking them where they'd like to move to. And so if they'd like to stay in public housing, we're going to ask them to please provide 3 properties of your choice. We are going to try to meet their needs and relocate those families. Obviously, public housing is a little bit trickier because we have to have vacant units for those families to go in. But if we start having those conversations and someone says, I really would like to stay in public housing and I'd like to go to the gardens, we're going to kind of see if there's a unit available at the gardens. We're going to say, okay, that's the individual, and move them. So they do take priority on transfers. They take priority on our Section 8 wait list as well. And so just so the board kind of understands what, the average for the relocation expenses that we're given, for a 3-bedroom, the family will get about $1,000. And what I will tell you, that $1,000 is to help, pay for the move. It is to help pay for transfers of utilities. That's what it encompasses. That's if the family opts for the lump payments. There are other options that they are allowed to do, but what is 99% of the time when our families elect that relocation assistance, they'd rather have that lump sum. The other 2 are slightly a little bit more cumbersome, but we always, again, it's about the family's choice, and we're going to let them choose. We're not going to make that decision for them. So Dr. Guzman, I thought you may have a question.
No, I'm fine. Thank you.
So, I just want to reiterate, it's constant communication with our families. We're meeting. What we did with the previous relocation with the scattered sites, we actually developed a Facebook page, and it was only open to the impacted families that we were going through. And so we would post information for them. That was another way for them to communicate. We wanted to make sure all the communication channels were open. We had dedicated staff that they knew who to call, so they weren't necessarily having to call the call center and trying to figure out who can answer my questions. We had assigned personnel, assigned staff that knew the families, had met with the families, and were working with the families throughout that transition. Next slide, please.
Randy, I have a question. I'm just trying to keep timeline and everything in my head, and it's a lot to do without it visual all the time. So 12 months before relocation what is that timeline? Like, where are we on calendar?
So on calendar, so it's after HUD has given us the approval, right, of the demo, and then we are working with the developer to say, okay, here's kind of the needs. And obviously I know Lorraine knows more of that part, so if she wants to chime in on when we're coming back to the board.
I think
so
I'm curious of the anticipated date of 12 months before relocation, and kind of I'm looking at it in comparison to when some of our other developments would be complete. So like, for instance, Mira Vista would be complete in March 2022. So I'm just trying to kind of see how they all match with, and I know that nothing's perfect if you can't necessarily know for sure, but what do we think if we were to stay on time to do this? What do you think we would be at around that area?
Lorraine, can you chime in on
the... You're gonna get to see this when we get to the time.
Okay.
Slide, but I'm okay
waiting. I'm okay waiting.
I was gonna let you know that where we're trying to time it is first and second quarter of 2022, which aligns with many of the development's completions.
Okay, I'm okay waiting. I'm just it helps me to ask the question so that you can, to remember it too.
No, that's fine.
Thank you, Commissioner. So, like Lorraine said, we'll cover that. And so I just, again, this is just reiterating the types of services and the referrals and the coordination that we are going to have with outside entities that are going to continue to help our families be successful during the transition. I also like to add is once we apply for those tenant protection vouchers, and we did this we did the same with when we applied for the tenant protection vouchers when we got rid of the scattered sites, we got approval from HUD, say in October of, in October, and we had been communicating with the families. Obviously, we know October right around the corner is the holidays, and I know Commissioner Kaufman mentioned that. And so what we told our families is that just because we have approval, we were going to leave it to them. Now, this one's slightly different because we do, we're going to look at those timelines, but we said, if you're ready to move now, we're going to allow you. But if you need time, we're going to allow that as well. And so once we know that, those are those dates that we will start working with our families to ensure that we meet them, because it's not just the holidays, it's also when kids are in school. And so we were a little bit more flexible. And so if we can kind of, make this timeline and do the same once we know HUD has approved our application and we know we're getting those tenant protection vouchers, we're not going to wait until the family, no, you have to wait until the walls come down or, 3 months before it comes down. If you're ready to move now, then we're going to go ahead and work with you. But if you want us to wait until that drop dead date of when the walls need to come down, then we're going to work with you as well. We never put pressure on our families, which is slightly different than what happened with Wheatley, right? And so again, we take a lot of those lessons learned and said, how can we do this better? And so if we could move families before that, we would leave that unit vacant. And so we would just make sure that it's working. And so again, I think I want to stress it's the fact that we're going to continue to try to work with our families.
And Brandy, you're going to need to work with Ed, because this is going to require budget implications. This is about budget implications because we're going to need to have at least 2 to 3 additional people during that time, so that we have the availability of people helping our tenants. And so that has implications to the budget, which weren't discussed at budget time. And
Correct.
So you need to go to Ed and let him know and project how much more we will need during that time, so that we are not ready, that we're ready, we have the money, and that we hire the people so that we can give good customer service.
Right.
Yeah, and
Actually, Dr. Guzman, we have already been working on it. I've had the conversation with David and as well as Ed, and we're hitting budget season right now. So it's just, everything is aligning perfectly. And I apologize, David, I think you were going to chime in.
No, I was just going to say what you're going to say, Brandy, but also, and it might be because of time tonight, Madam Chair, that we don't do the CDI presentation, which is going to be another lengthy presentation, but in the realignment of that department, we're also streamlining, but we've also added positions to able to support this, right? So there has been ongoing conversations amongst senior team about how we staff this initiative too.
Okay.
So even though it wasn't in the budget, it's in our mid-year correction plans, right?
Good, thank you.
Okay, next slide, please. So we talk a lot about relocation and the residents, saying before and after and during. And so I just, want to reiterate that it's not once they find a unit that, the relocation team goes away. We want them to be successful in that unit and be happy in whatever unit they choose. And so these are just some of the commitments that the agency is committed to during this relocation. Obviously, we talked about the Uniform Relocation Act, which we will be providing our residents assistance for their move. David mentioned the mobility services, so being able to, and I know Commissioner Kaplan, great idea about bus tours, being able to have that. And then as well as looking at utility assistance. We've had great partnerships with CPS and SAHS over the years to see if there's some other flexibilities that they could help with our families during this time, and what other partners are out there in the community. We know that we're not in this alone, that there are many organizations that want to partner with the Housing Authority to make our families successful. So those are the things that we're going to continue to offer during the relocation. So once they've decided where they want to go, we're going to make sure that they're successful. Next slide.
I have a question about prior to the relocation. Are you going to have units set aside for the elderly and people that have that are handicapped?
So so Commissioner, if they are electing to stay in public housing, and we do know that we probably have some families that are elderly that have lived at Alazan for a while, or maybe need some 504 units. if they identify that they want to remain in public housing, absolutely. We have vacancies. Again, that's where we would hold some of our vacancies. And if they say you know what, I loved Allison and I'm ready to move to Parkview and we have a vacancy, we will transition them to. We are going to meet their needs. If they need a 504 unit, we were going to try to transition them to a 504 unit. So that's part of those initial assessments that we're starting to do at 18 to 24 months. But we also recognize it's not just a one-time assessment. We're going to have to constantly have some engagement with our families to make sure, did their needs change? Did they add, did they have a child? And so now it's no longer a 2-bedroom, they need a 3-bedroom. So we want to make sure that we're always keeping up to date and they're communicating whatever changes they have in their family.
And that includes mobility challenges?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Next slide. So after relocation, like I said, it doesn't just stop once they get into their new unit. We want to make sure, and this is where we're going to kind of continue to engage with our families. We know in the past, some families said, I am happy, I love where I'm at, and I'm not going back to Wheatley or whatever the new development. And then we had some that said, I want to go back to Allison. And so we've said it's going to be the communication to our families. And as long as, they want us to communicate, we're going to continue to communicate. We're going to continue to have that outreach. Whether it's monthly or quarterly, we're going to let the families decide and we're going to keep engaging with them. But what we have also committed to as an organization, because we hear that many of the families say, I want to go back and be part of the West Side neighborhood. And so these families will have priority to move back to the new development once it's built. And so that again would be a preference on our wait list, whether again, it's a public housing preference, if they elected to stay in public housing, and we have public housing units at the new development, or if they elect to use their Section 8 voucher, we will keep units available for our families that say, you know what, I do want to move back. And so we just, we want, like I said, we thought it was critical and important for our families to allow them. And so we have said we will allow them to go back to Allison as a preference. So next slide. And so I think this is Lorraine who's going to take over the timeline.
Yes, and so I'm going to walk you through the much awaited 2-year timeline. And before we start, I want to first preface by saying that this is a very condensed version. It's important to understand that within each of these major milestones, there are many, many, many other tasks and milestones that we have to hit in order to make it to, if you look at the last line, which shows the bond review board deadline, we're counting only 26 months starting now so that we can close by December 31st, 2022, because our bond reservation expires on January 14th, 2023. So it only gives us like a 2-week cushion. And that's if we start now. So we've been already working on community engagement and the relocation plan so that we have a foundation from which to start. But today, if we're able to obtain board approval, that will trigger all the other events that need to occur, because the housing authority needs to start spending money then at this point, along with our developers. We have got to start environmental review, because if you look at the timeline, after the board approval, we start architectural design. So we're going to engage an architect, any planning, rezoning, or city approvals that we might need, just depending on our planning with our community, with the board, with our residents of what we want to create. I know that there was a lot of discussion today about nobody knows what plan is in place, how many units are coming back, because we haven't done that process yet. Today would be the trigger to start those meetings and start that process so that we can determine what do we want to see. And when we talk about rezoning, only if we want to see something other than housing on site. We've had many partners in the past ask us, could you reserve or create a space for us so we can provide on-site services? So that's an option for us as well. And you'll see that takes us.
Lorraine, then your point is that we do need to approve this now in order to get to the bond review deadline, in order to meet all of the things we need to do in order to get the bonds in 2 years?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
So we want to meet the January 2023 deadline.
Okay, so we are up against a timeline right now.
Yes.
Yeah,
but you're saying. Okay,
yeah,
thank
but
you.
also, Lorraine, I also want to clarify, right? But we're not saying you're approving the final plan. You're not approving the X number of units. You're not approving this or that or the architectural look. What you're approving is the opportunity for us to, move forward on the bond reservation timeline as we work through the community process, which I think if you look at the architectural design, we could have added many other items on that line item as well. As about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 months. And it will continue to be as long as it needs to be through the whole project. So that's really what you're voting on today.
So if you'll see that takes us through, architectural design goes through the first quarter of 2022. Planning and rezoning, we would need to look at that within the next 2 quarters. So the end of fourth quarter 2020 into first quarter of 2021. And then we would start immediately on the environmental review process, because again, as I mentioned, that takes the longest within this whole process, is getting environmental approval, which is needed in order for us to get dispo demo approval from HUD. And that duration, especially when we're talking about a housing development that is as old as Alazon is, can take 10 to 11 months for approval. And that would take us through third quarter 2021. Upon approval, we would already be working on the dispo demo application, so that as soon as we received environmental approval, we would immediately turn around and submit our application for dispo demo approval. And as Brandy mentioned, along with that, we would also be requesting our tenant protection vouchers so that we're ready once we receive final approval from HUD. And so if we were to, right now we're basing it on a 6-month approval process with HUD, and that would take us to the end of the fourth quarter of 2021. And then
Lorraine, before you move on, I'm sorry to interrupt. We keep talking about demo dispo, that's demolition and disposition, and that application to HUD has a very specific requirement, which is a letter from the mayor of the municipality stating his support and approval. Mayor Nuremberg provided that letter to the San Antonio Housing Authority about 2 or 3 days ago. So that, that's a big hurdle in regards to HUD approval, but I just wanted to make sure that we didn't leave out that point, that was a requirement, and the mayor's office was gracious enough to support the initiative to provide us the letter. So I'm sorry to interrupt, Lorraine.
No, I thank you for the interruption. Thank you, David, because yes, not only do we need SAHA's approval, we also need the mayor's approval to move forward with this endeavor. And that's a very, very important part of it. And we're grateful to the mayor for providing that. If we get approval from HUD, remember that it's all pending HUD approval. Once we receive approval, then we can begin the implementation of the relocation. And we're in developments in the past, we've done it within 90 days. As Brandy mentioned, we're not doing that anymore. We're making sure that we have a longer duration or time span for relocation, so that we can work with the families and making sure that they're comfortable. They understand that both housing programs and what they think will work best for them, and assisting them to find a new home, whether it's staying within the neighborhood or venturing out to other parts of the city. We want to make sure that is done carefully and appropriately. Brandy also mentioned, the resident assessments and making sure that we know each individual family and their needs. So I know Commissioner Kaufman, you mentioned about our senior and our disabled, is being able to make a targeted effort to those individuals to make sure that we can transition smoothly. And by doing so, this takes us to the first and second quarter of 2022. So Commissioner Weaver, this is where your question came in with regard to, what will be available by that time. And we're looking at the Legacy at Alazon being completed during that time period, Mira Vista being completed during that time period. Aspire at Tampico will also be completed during that time period and ready for lease up. So it would be great for us to be able to move a senior or a disabled family, if they're willing, right across the street into the Legacy, or move other families into those communities that would keep them within the neighborhood. And again, we're looking at a longer duration. So we've planned for 2 quarters, so 5 to 6 months of relocation. Abatement and demolition would begin after we've cleared the buildings, after we've safely cleared the buildings. We would have to make sure that, again, they're abated for any environmental issues before we even start bringing the walls down. At this time, we would also begin our closing calls to get to our financial closing, submitting the appropriate documentation for city permitting. And this will all take place during the second quarter of 2022 through the fourth quarter of 2022. So we also have to get final HUD approval on our mixed finance proposal and get their approval before we can even close on our first phase of this new development. We would be bringing it back to the board, to the real estate committee first in third quarter of 2022 for approval of the financing, and then final board approval of the financing by December 2022, which would allow us the time to close by the end of December on our construction and financial other financing. And it'll give us a 2-week cushion before we run out of time with our bond review board deadline. So if we count starting now, we're counting approximately 26 months to get through this process in order to be able to utilize the bond funding that's reserved right now for us.
And so, Lorraine, what we will need, I think that this is a good beginning. This 2-year timeline is a good beginning for planning. But I think for the December meeting or January, we need to have it all planned out of how many other staff you're going to need, who's going to be responsible for what, and we need to show the community that this will be a different process.
Dr. Guzman, I have a question. Lorraine and David, so we lost a year, which is an important year, right? There's a lot to still be figured out, and I still have a ton of questions, but I'm just asking all the options. Let's just say we lost a year and that was too much to lose, and we want to start over. How do we, is there an option of, okay, we got in line for this bond, we have it, but could we just go back and start the 3-year cycle again? Is that opportunity, could that be an option as well? Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. And that is an option, and I'm going to ask that Tim chime in here because he knows the process better with the bonds, and I know that they are now always overprescribed, so I don't know what the environment is going to look like at the time that we start, if we were to start over.
Yeah. I would love to hear. I think it's important to be informed of all the options, considering how important this is, and that it was no fault of anyone's that whole year, was just lost. That's no fault of anyone, but we want to make sure we're doing this right and the end result is right. And so I would love to hear what that thought is if we went back and regained a year by going back to do that.
Okay, and I don't know if Tim's available right now, but if not, then we will.
Yeah, he's on.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I want to follow up on Commissioner Weaver's comment, is we also have not even taken into consideration the pandemic. And, it's still on, and it's not expected to completely go away for at least 2 years. Are we going to be moving people in the middle of a pandemic? How are we going to take care of those families' health and while we're rushing to do this, when we could ask for an extension or get an extension? Bonds lapse all the time. I don't think it's an emergency.
Well, and again, I'll let Tim talk about the extension, but you have to go back in with another application, and we'd have to reallocate the 44 million in bonds to other projects. And the mayor's office has expressed to me that if these bond monies aren't addressed for Alazon, then the question becomes of the future of the project and their support in general. Just like the board is considering all options, I think the mayor would do the same. When it comes to the pandemic, I think, we have, residents that move in and move out now of our properties, and we follow all CDC
That's just
guidelines.
one family at a time. We're talking about nearly 500 families.
But the process, Commissioner, is the same for each individual family regarding the safety guidelines you have to take to ensure that it's a safe move. And we don't want to jeopardize anybody's health. That's why we've been really conservative and careful regarding our operations, to the point where we even were criticized by many of our clients that we were too careful in regards to how we operated in regards to keep their safety in mind. So those guidelines are the same. Yes, it's on a larger scale in the amount of families during that time period, but the specifics of those moves and the careful aspect of that remains the same for every family, and we would remain vigilant to ensure that. But I'm not saying, we wouldn't rush through this. We want to make sure that everybody is comfortable in regards to that aspect of the project.
And Commissioner, I'm sorry, go ahead, sir.
No, I was just going to have Tim talk about the bonds a little bit.
Before he does, I just want to reiterate and just remind everybody again that we're proposing relocation, demolition, and redevelopment in 2 phases. So we would not be moving all 500 families out at one time. It would be years apart because we're doing it in phases. And so this first relocation phase would only take into account half of the residents currently living on the property, and only those affected by the first phase of the redevelopment. Go ahead, Tim.
Yeah, and also I got Jim on too, because he's keeping up with the amount of bonds that's available at the state level. But I will say this before Jim chimes in, is that we have only applied for bonds for 1 phase of redevelopment of East Meadows. So this was not all going to be done at once. And so what we brought to the board before was, hey, if you want to use this bond money, this is the tight deadlines that we would have to hit. But we could apply again, but Jim keeps up with the likelihood of when we would see that money again. So Jim, are you on?
So Tim, real quick, just want to make sure I understood your comment. This is for 1 phase, which would be how many families?
250.
Maybe about half. So we were planning to do, Commissioner, was that redevelop this in phases so more people can live at the place. And we thought about doing half and half. So it'd be 50-50. So even though it's 200,
250.
250, I guess, more or less.
So then the 250 is based on this bond. And then as we move, we're still going to have to get in line again for another bond to finish the whole project if we were to move forward. So that is going to, and so there is no guarantee, or I guess you can explain what the environment looks like in getting in line for another bond at this point, right?
Yeah, and it's tremendously overprescribed, but it's not to say that we will never get the bonds. And so, I believe we will get it. It's just, when would we get it? But Jim, you are actually much closer to the BRB on when those funds would become available than I am.
Yeah, the real key to what we have is this is called a carry forward, and it gave us the 3 years. We got it before there was such high demand for bond issues. We are not likely to get another carry forward with a 3-year period. We can get volume cap allocation, but we'll have to spend the money within 6 months. So it just makes it much harder, and you have a much shorter deadline. If we were to apply to give the carry forward back and apply again later, right now, if you applied today, you would not likely get an allocation until August of next year because it's already way oversubscribed. And then you would have a 6-month period in which to close. And so the main reason that we're trying to utilize this carry forward is because it gives us the breadth of time we need to go through the front end portion of this project and still have a guarantee that we can close a bond issue.
The other thing to add on to that.
So the second phase, though, there really isn't when would we want to get in line for the second phase? When do we start getting in line for the second phase if we were to just move forward on this phase?
Most likely we would start thinking about it at the end of next year. And that would just be a matter of what we thought our timing would be on the second phase, but it's quite possible that we would wait until essentially the middle of 2022 before we would submit that phase.
One thing we would consider, Commissioner, is that we would look to see when the new buildings would come up, so that way people would have the opportunity to move into the new buildings. That would be part of the discussion with the board. And so you would look at the construction timeline. And so people would have that opportunity to move to the new development if they wanted to.
So you would like for the first phase to be completed? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, or at least certain buildings, maybe not completed, but as buildings are coming up, because, you know, and there's a couple of things we need to talk about. It's maybe not this meeting, is how are we going to build this? You know, East Meadows was a bunch of smaller buildings that were 8 units, 10 units each versus one big apartment complex. And so depending how you build it, as they come on, it could be at different timeframes. And so, and there's different costs involved, but that would all be part of the discussion at a later date. You know, some, a lot of people would like to move up, would like to stay here and move into the new units. So that would be part of it. But the challenge is, if we give up this bond allocation, as Jim mentioned, because I was glad he told me what the likely time frame was, is that with 2 years, you're able to plan. But whenever you apply later and you don't have a carry forward, you don't know when you're going to get it. And then once you get it, you got a 6-month window. And so this careful planning is much more difficult. The other thing is that HUD, once you they approve that certain segment of that disposition application, you can no longer lease those units. And so that becomes an issue too, because if you can't lease the units, you know, you have more units offline and you provide less affordable housing. So there's a lot of nuances that we'd have to consider.
Okay, and so the vote today is permission to start putting the application into HUD.
Right.
Is that
Right.
correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And but when I read the item, it says a lot more. I just wanting to make sure I'm thinking about everything.
Okay.
And when I read the item, so I totally get the application to HUD. So in the application to HUD, then they review and give feedback that it's an allowable project. I guess that's what you're getting from HUD.
Yes.
And in that process of getting whether yes or no, obviously if it's a no, then you have to deal with whatever they're saying no to. If it's a yes, can you change your mind at that point? Or are you engaged in the process and committed to the bond and no longer moving? You can no longer step away.
So, yeah, and I actually asked that question. I'm racking my mind.
Hold on, let me tell you one of my reasons to for that question, and then I'll let you answer. One of my reasons for the question is when you look at the timeline, architectural design is after that, and that's a big question in this whole process, right? Knowing what it's going to look like, knowing what the breakout of units is going to look like. And so I guess that's kind of where I have a lot of questions in those two timelines, because that information is so vital to what we're doing, and it comes after this vote. And that's where I'm trying to kind of understand that. So
let me help you with that. And that's a really great question, because there's 2 instances when HUD is going to come in and make their review. When we submit for dispo demo, we have to describe what we want to do. What are our plans to redevelop the property? We don't have to have all the specifics nailed down, but we do need to let HUD know what kind of housing are we trying to bring in, or what do we plan to do with the property. But once we receive that, now we start working on and we've been working on it through the whole time period, because if you'll see on the timeline, we don't even submit our application for dispo demo until the 3rd quarter of 2021, because so much has to happen before that. But in order for us to get moving on that, we have to know that the board approves us to do so, because we're going to have to start spending money. And there's a lot of things that have to happen before we get to submit that application. But then when we get to the closing calls and our mixed finance proposal, HUD is now working with us because we finished our architectural designs and they ask us for them. And so we have to submit them to HUD. And we've got an architect that's out of California that works with us. And actually, they're not just looking at the unit to see, does it have enough square footage? But they literally will work to make sure that if you say this is a 3-bedroom unit, there better be enough room in each bedroom for furniture. There better be a big enough space in the dining area for a table that would accommodate those 5 to 6 individuals living within that unit. So HUD is looking at it extremely carefully to make sure that we're abiding by all of that. So not only is it designed so that it looks nice, but is it actually livable? Does it make sense for the amount of tenants or residents that would be occupying that unit? And we cannot move forward until they've approved that. And that's part of the mixed finance proposal. We go through all of those steps before we can actually get final HUD approval to move forward on the financing.
So Lorraine, can I just recap what you just said? So what you're saying is if we're giving you approval now, we don't get the monies. We're giving you approval to go ahead and do all of the planning that needs to be done to finalize the application for the bond. Is that?
So I think you're getting 2 things confused, okay? Because there's the bond application, which is the 3-year carry forward that we received, is the reservation that we received.
Right.
So we have that reservation in place, and we have until first quarter January 2023 to close on the financing, or else we lose that reservation of bonds. But there's also the application into HUD to ask for permission to dispose and demolish the 501 units.
So the question I have then on the bond, so if we close on the bond, are we paying not we, but are we paying interest is being paid on the bond immediately?
The day we close on financing, which is before the end of December 2022, as soon as we close, then the trigger starts there first.
Okay, so we're really kind of committed once. Okay, that's the question.
Once we close on financing, we've got to keep moving.
That you said December 2022, 2022.
2022.
That's the answer to Commissioner Kaplan's
correct
question.
Wait, what's the answer to what? I'm sorry. I thought we were talking about now, December 2020, because if we're voting on this today, for instance, then as soon as you finalize the bond, that's when we owe money, right?
Okay, so I'm gonna step back.
When, or is it when we actually do the construction?
We don't finalize the bonds until December 2022, because that's when we do our financial closing. As soon as we close on the bonds, that's when interest starts accruing, right? We've got to start paying interest on those bonds.
When we close on the bond, which would be now.
No, we won't close on we will not close on the bonds. We predict until December 2022. Because
so I guess getting back to what the reason I'm asking this is I'm trying to clarify what Commissioner Weaver was asking, which is we haven't done for the community. We don't know what these units will look like. We don't have a lot of information about anything yet. So if we give you approval, you're going to go ahead and do all the planning and architectural design, but we really haven't done anything with these bonds for 2 years. Even though we've gotten permission from the state to reserve this money for us, if there is some drastic thing, something happens and we decide not to do the project, we can still get out. Is that it? And we still get out.
Right. We would lose the reservation.
But we would not owe funds for the bonds.
Yeah. And we would not owe funds. So there would be no really bad implications. So what we're doing has zero, at this moment, has zero financial implications for the agency.
Right.
Well, let me add on to that though, because
we would have.
I want to answer your other question, Commissioner Weaver. And your question is, once we submit the demo disposition application to HUD, would there be a negative impact? Could you still pull out? And I actually did ask that very question to my HUD counsel at Reno and Kavanaugh Law Firm in Washington, D.C. And she said, when the demo disposition application is approved, the Public Housing Authority submits an inventory removal notice. It should be reversible until either the inventory removal application or final entries into the PIC regarding relocation, which is our system. We keep track of our units, but it's very different times. However, she has seen inconsistency, so you need to ask SAC, which is technical assistance email. So SAC is
Special Application Center.
Special Application Center. So that's the exact answers from my legal counsel, is that we
That's
do need
basically
to make
maybe
sure
or
when we,
maybe not.
yeah, she says you need to make sure that when you submit, that is very clear, this is what you want to do and you want to have the out. And we can certainly do that.
Okay. So my other question, so do you see where my big question comes in is there's a big part of the process that's missing in approval, and that's the architectural design. That's like the part that I'm having a lot of reservations about, just because it's, as Commissioner Guzman has been, Dr. Guzman has been saying, it's like, we want to make sure that we're all on the same page. But my other question around this item on the agenda is, okay, now I think I understand the submission part, but then there's a whole nother part on the agenda item that says the transfer or sale and long-term lease of such property and its improvements and the execution of those documents necessary. So is the transfer or sale and long-term lease part of just the application, or are we literally transferring, making this decision today is making a decision to transfer that to?
It would be to an affiliated entity of ours. And so what you're doing is you're getting permission from HUD to take it off the public housing. Like as you take down the units, it would be taken from the public housing, San Antonio Housing Authority, and it would be, the land and such would be able to be sent to the San Antonio Housing Facility Corporation.
Sorry, I'm outside and
In a greenhouse, looks like.
Really loud for some reason, and I miss. So it's going to one of our entities, and is that the second meeting? Is that another approval for one of our entities as well? It's just going to one of our.
Yeah, it would be going to an affiliated entity of ours, but it would not be part of the San Antonio Housing Authority, but perhaps the San Antonio Housing Facility Corporation.
Right,
Okay.
and actually there are 4 affiliate meetings after our regular board meeting today for this item and other items on the agenda.
Okay. And then my next question is, Dr. Guzman, you were starting to talk about that you would want to see all this information in clear writing of the plan by January or by December. I'm not sure what timeline. So
No, what, let me kind of go back a little bit, because I have been a staffer and now I'm a board member. And a lot of times board members try to get into the weeds of the staffers. And I think we're into those weeds and it's not good. But let me just go back a second. HUD is a federal agency which has regulations on all of the housing that is just enormous. And some of it makes sense and some of it does not. I think what the commissioners need to look at is, are we willing to continue to have 500 houses that are substandard for our community? And I just think that it's very hard to make a change like this, but it takes courage, and I'm calling upon us to have the courage to do the right thing. The right thing is, in my estimation, to continue with what is in the agenda and to continue the plan. If we lose this $44 million, there is we don't know what will come in the next one. We don't know if they'll say, well, they've had one for 3 years, they didn't use it. They don't seem to be very together. Why should we give them another chance? Because those were things that they were counting on being utilized, okay? And so I just want us to breathe deep and maybe trust the staff, that the staff has been thorough, and that all that we're doing now is the first step to go to HUD and get in place to get 44 million, which will only cover about 250 units. Okay. Now, the things that I think as a board, we should guide the staff on is, for example, probably we want most, if not all, of the units at the Alazan Apache to be for low income. We may not want that to be with multiple 50% and 60%. So, and will that cost us money? Yes, but we have reserves, or we have other options that we can invest. I think policy is what boards should be really guiding the staff on. And I'm just worried that we have gotten into some discussions that really belong to staff and may not belong to board. And I just wanted to put it out there for you because I've been both.
Yeah,
and
Madam Chair, I respectfully disagree. I don't think we're in the weeds. We're only asking questions that we need to know to make informed decisions.
To go and get,
we've gotten so far are pretty pictures with no substance. We don't even know the number of residents that attended meetings. We only have percentages. We're not getting the information that we need to make an informed decision.
That's because that information has been covered before, Commissioner.
Yeah, I wasn't here before. I wasn't here when this whole thing first was approved. So
I understand that. Neither was I.
Caught up.
And neither was I, and neither were many of the commissioners. And so the question is, you know, what do we need to get the staff to give us so that we can feel comfortable in moving this forward? Because if we don't move it forward, Alazan Apache will remain as it is. And I will tell you that I visited it on Tuesday, and I invite all of you, and I will go with you so that we can go look at it. Because that is not the environment that we want our children to continue to live. They deserve better. And if we have to bite the bullet, they deserve better.
So I want to, I also just, I appreciate my board not going into the weeds with that, but my questions are more about process and what are we approving? And I think that the difference between now and a year ago would have been, we probably would have asked all these questions within the year timeline, and we've lost a year. So, but that doesn't change that we need to know what we are solid on. And so we can't compromise making sure that we're solid. And for me, I've come into this knowing that I really want something new for Alazan, but I also want to make sure that I think with the architectural design, my biggest question is, we don't know what the distribution of units is going to be or what the options are. And so I'm trying to make sure that there's a way for us, even if we have to invest some money in this process to get to a place that we're knowing what that is, or even if we say we're committing to giving more money, what's that more money? Because we do have a responsibility of watching the budget as well. And so those, I think in the year, if we would have had that year, we would have asked all these questions in that year. I don't think it wouldn't have been the weeds. It's just that it feels that way right now. And for me, this is the first time we've had some information with the process of going, but this is the first time we've gone a little deeper on just relocation, which is just as important as the building, just because, you know, and so it isn't anyone's fault. I go back to that. It's not anyone's fault. And I think that's why I'm asking questions about, like, could we bring it back in another month? Could we work on it? Because this is the first time we've heard some of this information, and this is a big decision. So I'm just asking a lot of questions because I want to make sure that I know what I'm voting. And I exactly feel the same way, Dr. Guzman. I want our families to have everything that they want, but wanting that doesn't make it happen. I want to make sure that wanting that in the process that we're going, where do we have some room to ask more questions if needed? I'm trying to just find all that information out.
And I agree with Commissioner Weaver.
That's great.
We're not, and I have been to Alazan Apache Courts. I've made home visits my entire career there. I know the community, and I know that they deserve a new place, a better Alazan Apache Courts. But we need to do it responsibly. And I, in all conscience, do not have the information that I need to vote on this today.
I kind of feel I do, because I do agree that we need to move forward. And given this plan, which is very tight schedule, I would not like to see us lose the funding on it. And given that we have no financial obligation for this project until 2 years from now, and we could always pull out of it if things are really, really horrible. I don't think that voting on it today will affect our ability to have input on the architectural design and the other issues that are coming up. So I would like to see us get through with this.
And that's correct. And if I may just add, I hope you know that even though we've lost this year, we're not going to skip it. We actually have the time to go through those exercises at your direction and with your input so that we can go through the unit mix and show you the different ways that we can structure it and what it would take in order to create the unit mix that the agency desires or that the board desires. It's not too late to do that. We're going to start that, but we have to know that the board wants us to move forward with that, because we have to set a lot of things in motion right now.
So why do we have to vote for it today? Why can't we vote for it next month?
Because
Go ahead, Lorraine, and then I'll add in. Yeah.
I was just going to explain that if we can bring the timeline back up. Because the exercise was, can we utilize this bond reservation? Right. And so we have worked to create a timeline that's not only realistic, but it's also pushing to make sure that we can beat that January 14th deadline of 2023. And in doing so, it has us closing by December 31st of 2022, which means we only have a 2-week cushion. So delaying this 30 days means we've thrown the whole schedule off.
Well, my impression is that bonds lapse all the time. And we don't even know what the administration is going to be in January. So I don't know why we're rushing into this. And, I'm not responsible for the delay. And I think I deserve answers so that I can have the answers when the community calls me and they want to know how were all these decisions made. And right now, I don't feel comfortable making a decision on behalf of of the community without all the information that I need to search for.
And I understand that, but let's go back to the individual item for consideration, because I think that you're reading into things that are not there. All that the staff is asking us to do, read the title, consideration and approval regarding resolution 60, authorizing the submission of a disposition and demolition application to HUD for the site known as Alazan Court. The transfer of sale and long-term lease of such property and its improvements, and the execution of documents necessary to consummate such actions and other matters in connection wherewith. That is all. That is the first step in about 90 steps. And what I'm hearing is that you need the 37th step and the 40th step. And the thing is that that's not the way HUD works.
Can I add on one thing? So.
Jim, could you explain what we're
Yeah,
what we're doing?
yeah, if I could, I'd appreciate that. We are asking the board today to move forward, make a decision that we are going to ultimately rebuild Alazon and give us authority to start taking the actions necessary to put that together. If you go back to the timeline, what you will see is that we are not going to take a binding action with HUD until the third quarter of 2021, when we actually submit the disposition demolition application. But we're going to do everything necessary to get to that point. And so what your action today says, we're going to start moving forward with a redevelopment. Staff, go do the things you need to do to get that redevelopment into a position where this board can vote on a specific project. And so we will come back to you with specifics throughout this process. For example, the architectural, we can't submit to HUD until we have architectural design telling HUD exactly what we're doing. And so what I would suggest to you is that the resolution today commits the board to a redevelopment. We can come back to the board in the third quarter of 2021 with getting authorization to actually submit the specific letter we're going to submit. And of course, we won't not come back to you with anything and everything in between, but you aren't binding yourself to any specific project or program or anything else at this time, other than you're going to do some form of redevelopment. Staff, go develop what that is, bring it back to us for specific approval, and we'll move forward step by step as we go through this. But we've got a lot of work to do just to begin that process. And that's what we're asking you to authorize today.
Jim,
excuse me, this is Commissioner Rodriguez. I'm listening. I've been sitting here quietly listening to it. The board is assuming that the commissioners are going to agree to this. We haven't come to a decision if we're going to agree or not. There still needs to be a vote on this. And you're putting pressure that you're assuming that we're going to agree to this vote because of the deadline. That is what you're doing. This is what I'm hearing on this end. You're assuming that we're going to agree to it, and this is what that we need to get done because of a deadline. These are people we heard their stories. We listened to what was being said. There needs to be a vote on it. And with that vote is when we'll make a decision if yes or no as a deadline. But that's what you continue on repeating to what you're stating.
So Jim, that was really helpful to hear, because then can I say this, that at the architectural design, we are going to be approving that you're at that time frame, we would be approving what the application would be saying to HUD, because architectural design is part of the application, right?
Yes.
And if at that point we decide
Jim, also, wouldn't that also be the pro forma, the unit mix, the financing, all that items, right?
Okay.
Yes.
So then
for the commission,
at that point,
it's like a normal project, right?
yeah. So at that point, if we decide we aren't happy with what's moving forward, what we would lose is the expense that we had on the architectural design. Because we would
exactly. So
we would have some expense.
That's what I wanted to make sure it was clear.
And you can give up the bonds at that point if you're not happy. all we're really trying to do at this point is get a decision that, yes, we're going forward with redevelopment. Go start the resident engagement, go start the relocation planning, go start the architecture. And that's going to cost us money.
Yes.
But we need that information.
Yes.
So that the commissioners can make an informed decision about whether or not ultimately this project is the one they want to do.
Yes, that is incredibly helpful.
And I think the community needs to be involved in what kind of housing we should have. Because right now, Alazan is mostly 2 bedrooms. And so we need to listen to the community. We need to go back out to the community and say, okay, the board has approved that we move forward and apply for funds. That's all we're doing, is getting a commitment to apply for funds. Then we go back to the community and say, okay, it looks like we're gonna get funds. So how many units should we only have 44 million. How many units? How should those units be constituted? 1 bedroom, the 2 bedrooms? It would seem to me that in the west side, if Alazan now has 500 units that are all with the 30% AMI and lower, I think that's how we need to come back and not utilize the multiple 50, 60, 70% there. How do we get that done? We ask Ed to look at how much money we have in reserves and we invest that into Alazan because our community is worth it. And so
Right.
there's lots of work that needs to be done.
And
But
Madam Chair,
all
just
that
give
we
you a
need to
sense.
do now is move to get to be able to start trying to see if there's funding available to get something done.
Well, the bond is available. It's just getting the approval. So, but that was helpful. I'm grateful that we had the discussion to be able to understand what the next steps and where we need to go, because this is important. And there's a lot of things that unfortunately we would have done over a year's time frame that we're having to figure out in a quicker way. And not necessarily quicker, because you still have to go through each step. You can't skip any step. So I do think that there needs to be like a plan that's given to us of what's going to happen between today's vote, whatever happens, and if it moves forward, what's going to happen between then and when the application is finalized.
Exactly.
So that we know that there are some steps being taken in community conversations, things like that. So I think that's another form of information that would be helpful to come soon.
Yeah, and staff is ready to provide a timeline on steroids that is more specific for each item, whether it be resident engagement, construction, interaction with the developer, every step in that and every month it takes, the financial commitments to those as well. So we're happy to do all that. We expected to do that. So we won't shy away from that work. You have my commitment and staff's commitment that we will provide you as much information to yourselves and to the community, which is our commitment, that we go through this process as open as possible with as much information for everybody to make salient decisions based upon what they have in front of them. We won't shy away from that commitment, right?
In fact, I think it was suggested that we do a monthly report out similar to what we did with Choice. Commissioner Weaver and Commissioner Clark, I think you remember we would come before you every month, and we can do that. We're happy to do that. We'll keep you abreast every month, starting now, to make sure that you're aware of everything that we're doing, give you advance notice of meetings so that if you wish to attend, we do so. But anything that you request, we're going to keep you abreast of it.
Can I suggest for everybody's comfort that we agree that the resolution that is before us will be amended to add that we will obtain board approval of the actual demolition disposition application at HUD.
Yeah,
and then you've made a commitment. Okay, we're going to do a demolition rehabilitation, but we will bring back to you the actual submission so that you as a board can approve the actual submission that's submitted to HUD, because that's when you basically are irrevocably saying HUD, we want to tear these buildings down. And when HUD says yes, they'll cut your funding on those buildings and you'll have to tear them down.
All right. I think that's a really good friendly.
May I make one suggestion to getting back to the community input? Once we get our architectural designs done and our floor plans, would it be possible to post them in maybe the community building at Alazan so that the residents don't have to travel to see it or don't need a computer? So it's available to the community and the residents so they have ideas of what we're doing.
No, of course, Commissioner, but also I would add to that, they're going to be part of the discussion when it comes to the design, right? We're not just going to design something and say, what do you think? We want them involved in the process.
Absolutely.
Interior spaces on site, on
Absolutely.
exterior architectural design. So
Yes.
it should be no surprise to them when the final design is done because they would have been there all along.
Exactly. They need to be involved all the way through.
Right. So I think, Madam Chair, I don't know if the board has more questions. I think, yeah, for Jim's amendment, I think it might be your opportunity to have a vote.
So Jim, with your amendment, how do I read this? Help me out.
I think if we go back to the agenda item, it would be consideration approval regarding resolution 6089, authorizing the submission of a disposition and deposition application to HUD for the site known as Alazan with the express consent of the board of the actual application.
And all the other language melts away.
Okay. Do I hear a motion?
I move that we pass resolution 6089.
I second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 And that's as amended, just so we're clear.
I would like to say I voted nay.
Okay.
I say nay.
I don't, Madam Chair, you might want to do a roll call vote just so it's clear and on the record. That way people aren't talking over each other.
Okay, Joanne, can you do that? I don't have all the names. Is Joanne here?
Joanna?
Yes, yes, ma'am, I am. I will do the
Can you
roll.
do a roll call, please?
Yes. Just getting to that screen. Give me one moment.
I think you just got to call them by name, Joanna.
Right. Okay. Chairwoman, Dr. Ana Guzman.
Aye.
Vice Chairwoman Weaver.
Aye.
Commissioner Charles Clack.
Aye.
Commissioner Joanne Kaplan.
Aye.
Commissioner Olga Kaufman.
Sorry, my mute button was stuck. I vote no.
How do you vote?
I vote no.
Commissioner Ignacio Perez.
Is he muted?
Yeah,
Yes, let me see if I can send him something.
Yes, I vote aye.
Thank you. And Commissioner Ruth Rodriguez.
I vote no.
Resolution passes 5-2. Onwards we go.
Yeah, Madam Chair, looking at the clock, staff would have the recommendation that I might be jumping the gun here a little bit, but item number 5, CDI update, could be deferred if that's the board's desire, because that would be another lengthy presentation. And knowing that we have an executive session item plus 4 additional corporation meetings to go through that are affiliated with some consent agenda items. Staff would put that out there, but we'll do whatever the board wants.
David, what I would like the staff and you to do quickly is kind of identify what items are really needed for us to approve today, knowing that we're going to be meeting again in December, and
Right.
allowing us then the time in closed session to be thorough.
Right, and I can tell you, just looking at it right now, a quick vote on the minutes is always appreciated.
Okay.
Consent items 6 through 11, because those are affiliated with our other entities.
Okay.
I think it's important for item 15, which is, I know Gayla Corley's on the line and she wants to provide the board an open session to report on that one item regarding Commissioner Clack. And
Yeah.
then executive session, after we go into the committee, individual entity meetings. So really the only item staff's recommending is item number 5 be deferred.
Okay, okay. All right, so we'll go on to approve for the minutes. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes for October 8th and October 22nd?
I make a motion that we approve the minutes.
I second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 All those against, same sign. Motion passed. Now we go on to consent items 6 to 11.
Yes, ma'am, and I forgot to say one item. On item number 6, we had one of the contractors, East 43rd Street LLC DBA Structure Development, requesting to be removed from the item. So that would be a friendly amendment to that item. I'll defer to the board attorney whether we have to put that on an individual item for consideration because of the amendment, or you can take it with that revision.
You can take it all together as long as the board understands. So you're just pulling that one portion of item 6. That's fine.
Yes, sir. That's what we're
Just
doing.
Yeah, just cross it out, I think, for us not to get confused later. Okay, so I hear a motion for 6 to 11.
So
on the
moved.
Agenda. Is there a second?
I second.
Thank you, Clark. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those against, same sign. Consent items passed.
Madam Chair, if you wanted to move the item 15, which is the report out on the investigation regarding Commissioner alleged conduct. I know Gayla is on the call. This is an item that Commissioner Clack asked for after he requested the investigation.
Okay,
So,
onward we go.
So Gayla, if you're on.
I'm here.
Okay.
Thank you, Gayla. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman Guzman. Good afternoon, everyone. This is an opportunity to share the findings of the investigation that I have been working on since mid-September. You will all recall that there was an email dated September 4th, 2020 from a gentleman named Pancho Valdez, who the email was sent to the SAHA board and Mayor Ron Nirenberg, stating that it had been brought to his attention that Commissioner Charles Clack had been involved in an altercation with an unidentified female SAHA resident. The email then went on to further describe the so-called altercation in which Commissioner Clack was alleged to have used profanity and made threats against this unidentified resident. And then the email concluded by calling for Mr. Clack's removal from the board. At the conclusion of the September 10th, 2020 board meeting, Commissioner Clack requested an investigation to understand more about the allegations that had been raised against him by Mr. Valdez's email. At that point, David Nisavacha contacted me to conduct the investigation because I'm not associated with the board, SAHA, or the board's regular legal counsel. So I was able to conduct that investigation in an independent fashion. Initially, the investigation originally focused on an incident that occurred back in March of 2020 between Commissioner Clack and a female resident at the W.C. White Apartments. And that was sort of the focus of the investigation at the beginning. So I began by interviewing, obviously, Commissioner Clack in some detail, and then also the property manager for W.C. White and the W.C. White community support specialist, along with, at that point in time, 4 of Mr. Clack's fellow SAHA commissioners. I also prepared and sent an email to Mr. Valdez and to the SAHA resident who we believed at that point was the individual involved in the email, or referenced rather in the email, asking for additional details and providing additional information to assist me in conducting a thorough investigation.
At that point in time, I did not receive any response either from Mr. Valdez or from the SAHA resident. So at that point then, based on the interviews of the board members and the other community personnel at WC White, the general consensus is that Mr. Clack is a positive force, both as a resident, SAHA resident in one of the communities, and also as a board commissioner. One of the interviews I conducted described a scenario where, Mr. Clack is gentlemanly in, assisting his fellow board members when they're traveling at conferences and things of that nature, and that his temperament is just not that of someone who would make a death threat or use profanity. One interviewee described Mr. Clack as kind of a senior statesman. That was based in part because of his prior role as a head of the resident council for WC White, and that was prior to his appointment to the SAHA board. Generally, the people who I was able to interview in this matter agreed again that it is just not Mr. Clack's personality profile to engage in the types of activities that have been alleged against him in this matter. Some questions came up whether the motivation behind the email from September 4th might be political in nature. That was something that during the investigation, I really was not able to determine whether it was or wasn't part of the reason that the issue was brought forth to begin with. At one point in time, I was able to speak to the board in a closed session, and while reporting on my initial investigation findings, some of the discussion questioned whether the SAHA resident who I initially believed may have been involved was actually the correct person. I learned at that point that there was a second SAHA resident who reached out directly on an individual and personal level to one of Commissioner Clack's fellow board members. But other than saying that, in her opinion, Mr. Clack was rude to her some years ago, there really were no additional details that she was willing to share. In addition, this individual really did not want to be drawn into the fray, and therefore she was not contacted in the investigation. Because again, other than the private contact with one of the commissioners, this individual has not been involved in this matter and was not identified in the email from Mr. Valdez. After that issue arose, I reached out again to Mr. Valdez and also to one of his cohorts and asked if there was any additional information perhaps they would be willing to share, because of the idea that maybe there was a second individual who had not been identified initially. Mr. Valdez this time did respond, but only to say that he would recommend I speak with Commissioner Clack to learn any additional details that I might need for the investigation, and that the allegations were more than 2 years ago. At this point in time, based on the interviews I've been able to conduct and the inability really to determine whether an altercation actually did occur as alleged in the email, I think that the findings are inconclusive. There's no way to substantiate whether there actually was.
Take the French fries out and bring me some. Bring me some French fries.
Me too.
Hey, yes, make that additional order for me, please. And so that comes at a good time, because I think that at this point, there's really nothing else to do. There's no way to determine that the alleged altercation actually occurred, or if it did, what transpired during the interaction that's been alleged between Commissioner Clack and this unidentified resident. So I think that's basically where things stand at this point.
Any questions from the commissioners, or David or Doug?
Do
No,
we drop the issue?
Well, I'm gonna say this is Commissioner Clack. None of what they're saying ever happened. None of it. If it had have happened, they would have reported it to the police and I would have been arrested. I don't go around. I have a mother and I have a sister and I have some kids, female kids. So it's no way in the world I would do something like that.
Well, based on that report, should we just drop the issue or need a motion, or?
Yes. Would you
No,
like?
I think, right. Can I just chime in here very quickly? It seems to me that SAHA and you as a board can assure yourselves of having had this matter reviewed, that you you've done what you need to do to make sure that SAHA's interest is protected, that there isn't some issue that requires you to take further action. I think you could, it sounds like you got a pretty extensive review of the issue, and there was nothing to substantiate the claims after serious efforts to try to get more information. So based on all of that, there's technically no action for you to take. But if you wish to say, we wish to close this matter and make that a motion, that's certainly appropriate if you wish to do that.
Go ahead.
I move that we close this matter as recommended.
I
Is there a
second.
second?
I second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those against, same sign. Motion passes. It will be closed. And we thank you for being thorough in your investigation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for the opportunity to be of service. I appreciate it. And if any additional facts should come forth, I'm happy to, become involved again if necessary.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And if no one needs anything else from me, I'm going to leave the meeting.
All right. Thank you, Gayla.
Okay.
For your time.
Thank you all very much. Have a
Thank you.
good evening. Bye-bye.
And Madam Chair, what I might recommend is before you break out into executive session, to adjourn the board meeting and then go individually into the Housing Facility Corp, then the San Antonio Housing Finance Corp, then Los Barrios Public Facility Corp, and finally Sunshine Plaza Apartments Incorporated meetings, because they're all affiliates that are associated with items that were approved on the consent agenda.
And I'm gonna depend on the CEO to do that for me because I'm coughing.
Sure, I'm happy to do that.
Thank you.
And David, we're just recessing. We're not adjourning yet. We're just
Okay.
recessing it. Yeah,
Thank you, Doug, for that clarification.
sure.
So with that clarification, Madam Chair, then I would move into the San Antonio Housing Facility Corporation Board meeting. And the meeting is called to order. The Board of Directors may hold a closed meeting pursuant to Texas Government Code 551-071-076 for consultation concerning attorney-client matters, real estate litigation, personnel, and security matters. The board reserves the right to enter into a closed meeting at any time during the course of the meeting. Agenda item number 2 is citizens' public comment. Citizens are provided 3 minutes each to speak to any agenda items specific to this agenda. Citizens wish to speak to items posted on the agenda should access phone number 346-248-7799 and enter meeting 938-394-34337 hashtag and passcode 654170 hashtag. Now a time would be for public comments. Joanna, do you have anybody signed up for public comments on this item?
Checking now, David. No, I do not.
All right, so Madam Chair, then we would move on to item number 3, which is.
Madam Chair, I need to leave the meeting.
Thank you for attending, Nacho, and hopefully we'll see you next month.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Commissioner. Item number 3, Madam Chair, is the minutes, which is the approval of the October 8th, 2020 San Antonio Housing Facility Corporation meeting minutes, and this is an action item. So there would be a motion that would be required.
And David, I would suggest if there's no objection on the board, we take all the action items as
There
one.
you
So
go.
the minutes and items 4 and 5, if there's no objection.
No
Can you
objection.
can you show the items 4 and 5 though on the screen?
There you go. Which are items, resolution 20 FAC-10-22.
I move.
I second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those against, same sign. Resolution passes.
So Madam Chair, then this, the Housing Facility Corporation Board meeting would be adjourned. And we would open up the San Antonio Housing Finance Corporation meeting. Again, Doug, do I have to read the meeting call to order and all that stuff again?
No, go right ahead. It's understood. We're fine. Keep going.
All right, so item number 2, public comment. Again, citizens are provided 3 minutes each to speak to any agenda item.
David, you can dispense with that too.
All right, so then I appreciate it, Doug.
Yeah,
So
let me
then-
just ask is there anybody here who's signed up, Joanna?
No, I didn't see anybody, no.
Right.
Okay.
So Madam Chair, then you would take items number 3 and 4. Item number 3 is approval of the minutes of March 5th, 2020 for the San Antonio Housing Finance Corporation meeting minutes. And item number 4 is a sister item to the board item consideration approval regarding resolution 20 FIN-10-22, authorizing the defeasance of the multifamily revenue bonds, Artisan on the Bluffs and Apartments Project Series 2004, and actions in connect therewith. So staff would be looking for a motion for approval for items 3 and 4.
I make a motion that we approve items 3 and 4.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 All those against, same sign. Motion's passed.
So then the San Antonio Housing Finance Corporation meeting would be adjourned, and we would transition into the Los Barros Public Facility Corporation meeting. Again, moving directly to see if there's any public comment on the one item on the agenda. Joanna, has anybody signed up for it?
No.
All right, so then, Madam Chair, again, in taking items number 3 and 4 together, number 3 would be approval of the October 8th, 2020 Los Barros Public Facility Corporation meeting minutes. Item number 4 is consideration and approval regarding resolution 20 LVP FC-10-22 concerning the application of ARDC Springview Limited relating to the proposed financing of up to $35 million of the cost of acquisition, construction, and equipping of the Artisan at Springview Apartments to be located at 210 South Grimes Street, San Antonio, Texas, and other matters in connection therewith. Staff would be looking for a motion for approval on items number 3 and 4, Madam Chair.
I make a motion that we approve items number 3 and number 4.
Is there a second? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those against, same sign. Motion passed.
And then that would conclude and adjourn the Los Barros Public Facility Corporation meeting, and moving into our last entity, which is Sunshine Plaza Apartments, Inc. Again, if Joanna, has anybody signed up for public comment on this item?
No, there's not.
All right, and this is just item number 3, which is consideration and appropriate action regarding resolution 20 SP-10-22, approving the issuance of Sunshine Plaza Apartments Incorporated promissory note to Frost Bank in the amount not to exceed $4 million to be secured by a mortgage lien on Sunshine Apartments. Loan proceeds will be used to finance immediate and long-term capital repairs and improvements in Sunshine Apartments, authorizing the president and CEO or designee to execute all documentation necessary to carry out the transaction and other matters in connection therewith. This is an action item, Madam Chair, and it's a related item to the Housing Authority agenda. So staff is looking for a motion for approval.
I make a motion that we approve item number 3 and number 4.
It's actually just item number 3, but we appreciate you wanting to adjourn.
That's number 5. I make a motion for that too, but I second.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those against, same sign. Motion approved.
Right, and then Madam Chair, that brings you back into the San Antonio Housing Authority regular board meeting where Doug would read out going into closed session. Right.
With your permission, Madam Chair, okay. The board will be convened in closed session to consult with its attorney under section 551.071 and also to discuss personnel under section 551.074 of the Texas Government Code regarding the president and CEO transition process. The time is now 5:28.
All right, and Madam Chair, what will happen, just like previous meetings, you'll have a request for a breakout session and just accept that request.
Do we press the leave?
No, you just press join, Madam Chair.
Okay, just join breakout room. Okay,
Yes,
perfect.
ma'am.
Thank you.
It'll come up on your screen, ma'am.
Thank you.
Joanne?
Yes.
Okay, they've concluded the meeting, so we are officially adjourned.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, bye-bye.
Bye.